grasses and greeter. Come back and check I'm still breathing. When heaven takes you home and you're untouchable, tell 'em how you backflip through tragic. Show 'em how the struggle make magic. Make magic. Show 'em how the struggle make magic. Make magic. Make magic. Make magic. Make me small, so I can fit in your pocket when you go. 'Cause when you're gone, all of the colors turn to grey. Meow. Disco. X on the line, just as I suspected. No one really gets over me. I'm unaffected. Why would you try to ever put me second? You're just another groupie to me. No, I'm out here single, and I need some real. Now I got standards. Give a fuck how you feel. I'm out here single. Tell me what's the deal. Now I got standards. Give a fuck how you feel. No broke boys, no new friends. I'm that pressure, give me my test. Ain't no lie, ain't no shade. Fuck on me, then you know he paid. Look so good, makes no sense. Badass bitch with my badass friends. No broke boys, ain't no shade. Fuck on me, then you know he paid.
So I think you've got something wrong with you. Something's not right with me too. It's not right with me. But the state that you're in is innocent. I just can't believe in what the fuck's original sin anyway. So I think you've got something wrong with you. Something's not right with me too. It's not right with me. But the state that you're in is innocent. I just can't believe in what the fuck's original sin.
So I think you've got something wrong with you. Something's not right with me too. It's not right with me. The state that you're in is innocent. I just can't believe it.
Yo, everybody! Number one Streamer Games team coming at ya from Los Angeles, California. Let's get ready to rock. Let's get ready to rumble. Oh my God, we've turned it into a copy pasta. By sunny Los Angeles, of course I meant French Polynesia. Sorry. My mistake. Cutie, I swear to God, if you're not traded and you don't lock in for our team, I'm spilling all your secrets. And I meant that. And I meant that. Scooter, thank you for the 15 months. Bango Mom, thank you for the 6 months. Rachel, thank you for the Prime. Hannah, thank you for the 11 months. Her hair is so big because it's full of secrets. Okay, so draft news. I was not picked last. Yes! I was there. I didn't realize they were doing the draft today. And so I was leaving an appointment and I called Will and he's like, oh, they're about to do the draft. I was like, oh, God. I said, this better not be some bullshit. This better not be some bullshit. Possum Poppy, thank you so much for the bits. I was like, is this about to be like a phase popularity contest? And people are gonna be like, who's that? Who's that old lady? But no. Cinna recognized talent. That's right, baby. I was actually, so I missed the moment. I wasn't watching the draft, and Will texted me and said, in all caps, "Your Team Cinna." So then I tuned in, and I realized I was her second pick, which is huge. I didn't realize that Cinna had been keeping tabs on my previous athletic endeavors, but she has it all up here. I think you were the second. Well, I think I was like third or fourth. I think, because I was looking at it, I think it was Ray, Katie, maybe? Someone else, or me. That's right. Athlete of the fucking week right here. Never forget. Never forget when I was goddamn athlete of the week. When I peaked in high school. Rain, thank you so much for the 9 months. Okay, let's look at the teams. Let's see what we're working with here. So anyway, I was genuinely thrilled. I was thrilled to be picked for Team Cinna, and to also to be picked in the second round, because I figured it was going to be man, and I was like, please don't let it be too many men before we start getting to the women. Please. Please. And then, of course, there was major drama. Major drama today. But let's start off. Okay, let me scroll. I'm on the Mogul Moves Twitter page. Okay, wait, also, did Ludwig explain what these are yet? Or is this they will be explained the day of? Because I would like to he did explain. I would like to look at that. So, I can try and prepare as best as I can. He did before the drafts. Okay. If there's a segment of it that somebody could link, that would be super. All right, so anyway, we'll look at that, and then okay. So we did the draft. Team Agent. This looks like a really good team. Honestly, I would say that most of the teams seem pretty balanced. Would y'all say? We need to look at the cutie screaming clip. Okay, so Team Agent is Agent, Adapt, Maya Higa, Nina Daddy, and then Sunny. I actually don't know who Sunny is. Is she a sleeper pick? Is she secretly going to be Giga Chad? Okay, and then Team Emily. Emily was trying to stack this. Emily hates women. Emily went with Sambucha, who's really good. This guy can throw a fucking... that football thing, or the thing that we had to throw last year. He's really good. Really good. We needed Caroline training montage. I know. Sunny is Ray's friend. Okay. I'm gonna have to look. I would like to know, because I want to, look into my competition. Ludwig said your team might be the weakest. Fuck out of here. No way. My team might be the weakest. Well, you know what? We love an underdog, don't we? In terms of tug of war, shit. Yeah. I'm going to be honest, I'm already not counting on winning tug of war, so we're going to have to make up in other areas. Tug of war is such a fucking bitch. It really is one of those events that there are absolutely advantages in tug of war. Timestamp of the game's rules. Okay, amazing.
Milk.
Thank you. I will look at that after. Okay, so Team Emily is Sambucha, Mr. Arthur's athletic abilities. I don't know. It's Timmy and then Mari. Mari's great. You know who I really wanted on my team too? I wanted, and I wrote this in the chat, I wanted Lulu Lovely. I couldn't believe that people were not picking Lulu Lovely. She is so competitive, really athletic. Like she's a great pick. Very cool vibes. She's a cool girl. She's a cool girl. She's a super strong pick. And I was hoping, you know what I should have done? I should have fucking gone into Cinna's chat and like all capsed. Because I didn't realize everybody was streaming it until afterwards. Until all the drama happened. Because no one was picking Lulu. And I was sitting here like, oh my God, I can't believe no one has picked Lulu Lovely yet. We can scoop her up. At least this year you won't have Austin fall on you and refuse to get up. Emily stole Arthur from Leslie by telling her he was bad. Oh, she's already trying to play chess. She is already going for some trickery here. Okay, so Arthur's sneaky good. Okay. Yeah, I mean, Emily's got a really fucking solid team. Really solid. All right, next up, Team Toast. Also a threat. I mean, Nicewig and Sidion. Sidion's another person that I was like, oh, I hope someone doesn't scoop her up because I want her on our team. Wig, obviously, first pick. I mean, there was no chance. No shot. Sam was MVP last year. Yeah, he's incredible. Sidion is a fucking athlete. She is an athlete. And I love Jody. Jody, great vibes. Beautiful. So funny. Personality all the way. Totally team spirit. Totally. But I'm gonna be for real. This duo here, Wig and Sidion, it's pretty deadly. Jody's been on her gym grind lately, so good pick for Toast. Well, the thing about the events too is it's not necessarily like who's in the best shape, right? A lot of these, they're like fuckery. There's the element of how far are you willing to go? How far are you willing to go? And I have to say, I'm going to be putting sketch up for gymnastics. I know I did it last year. I know everyone's like, death, death, death. Some say it was iconic. Others are like, what the hell? Sure. But I think sketch has to do gymnastics this year. And then Christology. I don't know Christology. Could be a sleeper. Okay. Next, Team Foosley. We got Michael Reeves, Zoil, Tina Kitten, and then Lulu Lovely. Zoil, really tall. Could be impossible to beat in volleyball. We'll see. Knowing where to place your team is huge. Oh, Toast is he's like a war captain, you know? With how he will be making his decisions. A schemer. Yes, he's a strategist. He's a real strategist. The only reason you trade Michael Reeves is if it's for an Olympic athlete. Michael Reeves, a maniac. Truly unpredictable. No idea what he's going to do ever. Ever. I remember playing dodgeball against him. He's like a jumping bean too. He's just, you can't catch him. What's the line from Hunger Games? If they can't catch me, they can't kill me. I may be small, but if they can't catch me, they can't kill me. Schmeggy Pork, thank you for the 2 months. Rochambeau, thank you for the 11 months. Okay. Next, here, my team, except drama. There was a trade. So this aged like milk. Team Cinna. Team Cinna is Sketch, then me, and then no longer Cutie Cinderella. No longer Cutie Cinderella. Maybe one of the most dramatic draft trades of the year. I know football season is coming up, but I can't imagine that anything will happen in the NFL draft that will at all come close to what happened today. And then Super TF. Super TF. Don't know Super TF. Not sure what skills he's bringing. Not sure, but Cutie Cinderella was replaced. The draft did happen, and here was the trade. Team Cinna has traded Cutie Cinderella to Team Vanilla in exchange for Emiru, a hug, a kiss, ? Tickets to Oogie Boogie Bash, tickets to Chapel Roan, which I almost freaked out. I almost freaked out because I had messaged Cutie a while back. I was like, we have to go to Chapel. And she's like, we can't get tickets. And then I hear this dropped on the phone. And let me tell you, I almost shit a brick. But she's like, it's because I hadn't had a chance to tell you yet. Okay, so we're all good there. We're all good there. Also, I'm sorry, this man, Chappelle. Tickets to Chappelle Roan. Cancel him. End him. An appearance on Wine About It, which Cinna has already done. And then 500 gifted subs. I just... Cutie and bribing. Cutie and bribing in streamer awards, or in streamer games. Name a better duo. Okay, so here's what happened. Here's the drama. Here's the 411. So, Cutie and Vanilla Mace and Katie had made plans prior to the draft. They're like, we need to be on a team together. We're just going to like hang out and have fun and like make content and be girly pops and have our laboo-boos. I don't know. So, the plan was that Vanilla was going to pick number one, somebody really strong. Okay. Cause they're like, okay, we can't be so bad. And then they had decided, okay, we're going to go, we'll go Katie. And I think the worry was like, okay, Cutie might get swooped up if one of these guys are like, oh, we got to pick a girl. And they're like, okay, I guess we'll pick Cutie. But I think the idea was that everyone knows that Cutie wants to be on Vanilla's team. And so it was going to work out. And right before Vanilla could pick her third pick, it was Cinna's turn. And the funniest fucking thing about this, okay, thank you for the gifted, is that one of Cinna's reasons for picking Cutie was because Cutie and Caroline are such a good duo. And immediately when she picked her, I texted her, I was like, LMFAO, we're on the same fucking team. And I go into her stream, post explosion. I missed the explosion. And then I was just like trolling the shit out of her. But I love Cinna being like, oh, well, Caroline and Cutie are so great together. So, you know, it would be good to have Cutie on the team. Good dynamic, good vibes. And here, you might want to turn volume down.
I know how it feels to be picked last. And so, you know, that being said, I think I'm going to go with Cutie.
No!
Wow.
That bitch! I damned her not to choose me. Why did she choose me?
It was one pick
Oh, I'm sorry, Vanilla.
away.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. We can work it out in the room.
Hey, Vanilla, we can talk
We might be able to work
about
this out.
Oh my god! Has anybody ever seen the movie Blowout? John Travolta film from 1981, directed by Brian De Palma. Has anyone ever seen this film? Because this is a film about this guy played by John Travolta, who he's like he like records sound effects for slasher movies. And anyway, he ends up like in this scenario where, well, actually, I can't remember if this is a giveaway or not, but let me see the premise so I don't give any away. No, okay, I can't. I don't want to say what it is because I think that actually ends up spoiling the film. But for those of you who've seen it, you know what I'm talking about. Where he basically like captures women screaming and then puts that into horror films. And holy shit, if this is not a horror movie scream, this is like
I'm gonna go with Cutie.
no.
Wow.
That bitch! I damned her not to choose me. Why did she choose? This is like the girl coming out of the shower, right? Ooh, you know, here's a noise. What's going on? The knife flashes. The knife comes down. She's brutally murdered. Imagine those listening with headphones. I cannot imagine hearing this live. We can put the Wilhelm scream to rest. We have a new champion. Yeah. Yes. I gotta be so for real. This one's even better. Oh, well aware.
You ever met our scoutmaster before we crashed?
Before we crashed?
Yeah, our plane.
How did I do that?
No.
I don't know.
Strange man with peculiar taste.
Oh my god!
Oh, I'm gonna eat their mushroom.
Oh right, this is when we were playing Peak, and I just remember like distantly hearing her screaming.
They're marshmallows.
But I was like,
Yeah, enjoy the marshmallows. Nothing will happen to you. Hey, cutie, can you do me one favor though?
Huh?
Stop moving your feet for just a second. Look behind you. That is a grim reminder.
What is that? What is that?
of me, cutie. It's your judgment. He comes swiftly now. He comes swiftly now.
somebody
Don't fight it,
died.
cutie.
Why is she screaming?
Don't fight it! You must not fight it, cutie!
What is
Don't fight it!
Hello?
Your judgment, cutie! Your judgment.
What's happening?
That is nightmares. Hello? What's happening? Whoa! What's he doing? What happened?
Do you see, cutie?
Is this like a new thing of hers? Why is he also yelling? Why is
Revive
everybody
me now,
yelling?
or my judgment will be swift.
Okay, it's like where are these screams coming from? What's going on? She's in her Banshee era. She's in her Banshee era. Oh God, this is maybe one of the funniest clips I've ever seen. Here's the opposite reaction to a draft pick where she screams, but this time it's for joy.
So Jack, now it's over to you. You do get 2 picks.
For my first one, I'm
Two
gonna
picks
go
for
with
Jack.
someone who's always been nice to me and has always reached out to me all the time, and I'm gonna go with Ray.
Okay.
Oh,
We're going with Valkyrie, first round pick.
Of course, Jacksepticeye, notorious kind man, is making his first pick off of like someone who's a kind person to me. Everyone else is like scheming. Everyone else is scheming and like trying to, think about nothing else matters except like trying to put muscle on their team. And don't get me wrong, Ray, she's got skills, competitive, she's got it. But I love his reasoning of somebody who has always been nice to me.
No way! That's a strong one. I like that. Also, first woman off the board.
Wait, first? All right, they're the nice team. Okay, they get to be nice team. Can you react to Cinna picking you? Somebody sent me, because I was not live streaming. Partying Panda, thank you for the 5 months. Somebody send me the clip of Cinna picking me and I'll pretend it's happening live. What's up, Josh?
Yeah, I thought I'd be an ally.
I mean, in a room full of haters, you are the only one.
Wait, oh my god, I'm the
I
first
like to be a good guy. Don't call
First
me a hero.
woman.
Should I just go straight into second pick?
Yeah, yeah.
Wait, can I still be Caroline Kwan from Women? Do I still get the
Pick whenever you're
title?
ready.
Or have I lost the title? Okay, all right, here we go. This is it. Okay.
See ya.
Okay.
Cinna,
Oh,
who's joining sketch?
all right.
And you.
Well, it's really between 2 peak athletes.
Wait. Hold on. Let me move my camera. Okay. All right. Oh my God, you guys.
Cinna, who's joining
Oh my
sketch?
God.
And you.
Well,
Please.
it's really between 2 peak athletes. But I do think I do want to, I want to be a feminist as
Yes.
well. And this woman is known for her athleticism and she is awesome. So I'm going to go with Caroline.
Yes!
Strong second choice, Caroline Kwan off the board. She was the MVP in Dodgeball 2023.
Woo! Let's go! Woo! Team Cinna, everybody. Team Cinna. You just watched this live. You watched this live. It just happened right now. I just got chosen to be on Cinna's team. We're Team Cinna all the way. I didn't seem excited enough. What do you want me to do? Punch a hole in the wall? Let me finish this Celsius first, and then I'll punch a hole in the wall. Okay, so anyway, for those who are late to the party here, we are just recapping the Streamer Games draft from today. I am Team Cinna. There was drama because Cutie Cinderella thought she had her whole life planned and then realized she was hit in the face with reality. She was hit in the face with reality. And it sucks. Punches you in the face, you know? What's up, Michael from Pennsylvania? Michael from Pennsylvania? Okay, just long enough. This is it. Okay,
But
yeah.
I do think I do want to, I want to be a feminist as well.
Let me
And
check
this
my...
woman is known for her athleticism and she is awesome. So I'm going to go with Caroline.
Yes!
Strong second choice, Caroline Kwan off the board. She was the MVP in Dodgeball 2023.
felt that in my asshole. You had delicious food last night. Well, welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back to streaming. Even the scream is theater kid. Okay, so Streamer Games is coming up. I have 9 days. And I am already I'm already a step ahead because I've been on my gym arc. Now, I do want to see what these events are. 9 days to train. I have 9 days to train, to do steroids, to learn to drink milk and not want to puke. I hate milk. Got milk, not me. Not me.
Milk run, you just drink a gallon of milk and run a mile.
That's horrible.
Ew.
I like that he goes, milk run, you just drink a gallon of milk and run a mile. You just drink a gallon of milk and run a mile. Okay, Ludwig. Okay.
I'm lactose intolerant.
We'll have skim milk as an option.
QT. Oh, you drink a gallon?
Can we get like almond milk or something? Okay, we are in LA after all. We are in LA, and there's a lot of, being Asian, you have a higher likelihood of being lactose intolerant, and there are a lot of Asians participating in this. So I just want to say that unless Ludwig wants us all shitting and farting all over the field, then we're going to need to have different options here. No, you guys, it is actually a thing with Asian genetics. There being like an intolerance to alcohol, issues with lactose intolerance. It is a genetics thing.
Sorry. I got my measurements wrong.
So that being said, give me all the milk and all the alcohol. You can have almond milk, but you have to milk the almonds yourself. Is it true Asian people don't make body odor like Emily claims? So this isn't true for all of us. Like I said, not everyone is lactose intolerant. Not every Asian person on the planet. Not every Asian person on the planet has issues processing alcohol. Because I am Asian, and I will tell you, I get stinky. I do. If I don't wear my deodorant, that probably causes me cancer. It's probably get cancer from it. I get stinky. Now, it could be because I'm half not Asian. So I don't know. I don't know if it's my white genetics. It could be, but I can stink for sure. I can stink it up.
Measurements wrong. You drink 12 ounces of milk and then run 100 meters.
Okay, thank you.
My bad.
I was gonna say a gallon is
Okay.
Oh, that's not as bad. 12 ounces of milk and then run. What did you say? 1,200 meters? Okay, that's better.
That. And we do have oat and almond and soy as alternatives.
Oh, great.
Heard you.
And that one is a sort of relay, if you will. So
relay.
Yeah, so it's like 100 meters and then pass it off to another teammate, sort of back and forth.
Oh,
okay.
Okay, well, I am really good at chugging. So I was going to say you were all about to die. I think I might actually do well at this because I'm a fast chugger. So it could be I'm just gonna shotgun the milk.
Bowl Royale. This one is kind of like horse or pig, but it is going to be 8 players, so 1 from each team.
Okay.
And if you miss a shot, you're out. It's like all 8 doing the same shot, if that makes sense. Kind of like a much larger game of horse.
Oh, the aliens are trying to speak to me. The aliens. are
Archery's one.
The
I
aliens are
believe.
trying to
Sorry,
communicate.
3 people from your team will compete in archery, and it'll be like adding up your scores, and then
Yes, I hear
if you
you.
are last place, you're eliminated, and it goes from 8
I
to
hear
7
you.
to 6 to 5 until we have one winner. That makes sense?
Okay, we all remember the last time. Oh my god. Ah! The signal has been received. The signal has been received. The signal has been received. Why are you generalizing about Asians when you're only Korean? First of all, I am not Korean, and so I'm just going to leave it there. Since you seem to know more than me, but you're also not knowing what Asian ethnicity I am. So,
All right. Keep rolling through. We got tug of war, self-explanatory. Egg drop speed run. It is the egg drop. So we're going to drop your egg from a very high place. But whoever finishes first will be de facto first place unless upon the drop it breaks. Does that make sense? So you're incentivized to go quite fast. in
This
the egg drop.
this one I slayed at because I am very good at speed walking.
That'd be a one-person competition. Gymnastics, we did it last year, but it's you putting on a show for 90 seconds with world-class gymnasts who will be judging you. Man versus Beast was going to be one person versus Mr. Beast, and he was going to be on ketamine, but he's unfortunately not available. So that one's been replaced by the field goal challenge, where you are going to kick a field goal, one person from your team, and we're going to slowly be backing it up until we only have one person remaining.
Oh shit. Okay, I wonder if I could. Is it ridiculous to like try to practice some of these? What if I did a stream? What if I did a stream where I practice some of this stuff? Maybe I'll make Cutie do it with me. I'll be like, okay, our training is back on even though we're on opposite teams. I'm sure she'll be like, no. At the egg walking stream, we can practice that. Well, I don't know when Cinna's going to be coming in town. She probably won't be coming in town until the day before. But I think I can train to kick a field goal. That's a good one to practice. Wait, Ray was looking for people to train with earlier? Oh, I'll text her. I'll text her and say, I know we're on different teams, but I love you. I know my only enemy is Cutie. I know we're on different teams, but if you want to practice any for streamer games, let me know.
Next up, we have the Pretty Derby. This one, we're going to see what it's like.
The Pretty
just think
Derby.
Uma Musume
oh no!
in real
oh
life.
no! Oh no! Is this the horse girl game? No way! No freaking way! No freaking way! No! How? Also, this was literally Will's idea. Will said he wanted to do this in real life. Said it might be piggyback. Okay. Oh, I feel like I could lift Emmy up. Me and Emmy could do this for sure. She weighs like 5 pounds. Actually, you know what? Emmy is the cheat code for this. We already have one advantage from the trade.
And if you don't know Uma Musume, it's a gotcha horse mobile game where high school girls who are half horse run around a track and then sing
Medium rare,
songs.
thank you for the Prime Zeus. Thank you for the 3 months.
Tablecloth polls, you have a table with some effects on it. You pull the tablecloth and you hope everything stays upright. Volleyball is volleyball. Bridge joust, that's
Have Tina pick up Zoil. I think she would die. Emmy said yesterday she's 100 pounds. Oh, I could lift her. I could lift her for sure. Maybe if Emmy comes in town. Okay, Ray just confirmed. Yes, we could IRL stream some form of practice. Yes. I could also practice with Ray. I could put her on my back. Just run around. We could practice the horse girl one where I just put you on my back and run. I'm just imagining like the Rocky music. I'm like sprinting up steps, but I have Ray on my back. Da 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 da. Bum ba da bum.
It's like that Darth Maul weapon with the two foam things
Check
on the
out
side.
this clip. Emmy streaming. Is she talking about?
I'm gonna drop you.
Oh shit! Okay, maybe Emmy will pick me up. No.
I'm Chad. Oh my god! Emmy, what was that? See, Chad, I told you.
You know what we should do? They should do the heaviest person and the lightest person, and the lightest person has to carry the heaviest person.
I'm strong, Chad. You hear that? Oh my god.
To be fair, Maya is also very tiny.
Wait, come on this side. Okay. I'm scared. I'm scared. Okay, go.
This is how I want to do my training from now on. I just want to pick women up and run.
I'm gonna drop you.
Wait, Will said he thinks you can win and that Cutie doesn't have the horse.
You cooking
in her.
right
I
now?
don't even want to offer it anymore. If
I'll
what?
play this game with you, but
Oh,
at
this is-
sometime next week, we got to get all the friends together. And we're playing horse girl racing.
No. Sweater lady.
I actually do want to play that. I haven't played it
Look
yet.
at how you are alone, Caroline Kwan. Look to your right. Look to your left. All you see.
See, they don't know his brain like I
horse
do.
girl racers.
I'm not like everyone else, okay?
That's fine.
Well-
Okay. Listen, here's the deal I will give you then. While all
I'm
the
not like
rest
the other
of our
girls, the other
friends are
girls being the
playing,
rest of you.
all the rest of our friends are playing, you have to come in for 2 minutes and I get to ride you like a horse.
Oh my god! Do you know what he's taken? Okay, can I tell you what he's been doing lately? So, I just started going to the gym. Okay, to be clear, like the workout arc is very new. Now, I will say I've committed to it in a way that I haven't in a long, long time. So I'm feeling good. Things are good. I'm as consistent. I'm more consistent than I have been in truly years. But what he's been doing is like I'll be standing there in the kitchen and he'll come over and he'll be like pretending that he's dying, and then he'll put all his weight on me. And he'll do the whole like, what would you do if I just died on top of you right now? And I'm like, well, I would fall under your weight. I don't know, man. So he's been doing this a lot where he'll come over and then just dead weight on top of me. I guess he wants to make sure I'm prepared for the worst. I guess it's very so kind. So kind. I swear this must be a man thing because my dad also will do that to my mom. Like he'll be like, what if I just died on top of you? Would you be able to move my body off you? I'm like, what is wrong with you guys?
Wait, how this?
It's giving Gerald's game. I
Guys, I'm on level 6.
will ride you like a horse.
Who are you
No,
talking to?
it's horse girls, Caroline.
Well,
She doesn't get it. Guys, she doesn't. Guys,
Don't-
she
I've never
doesn't
played
get
it. We can't agree
Guys,
with you.
she doesn't get it.
I don't know.
I get it. Flunky, you do that to your wife? Okay, I'm telling you, I think it's a man thing. I get it. Oh, I get it all right.
I don't think you get it.
I don't think she gets it.
Josh, I cannot.
don't
I
agree
just saw
with
your
me.
comment
Oh
about JoJo's
my-
Siwa. I've been with my wife for 15 years. I've literally never done that once. Don't do it. It's really annoying.
God, what if all
do that to people again.
streamer guys with girlfriends took our girlfriends to a horse track and we had a derby? We all rode you one time around the track.
This is so wrong.
I think we could win, Caroline.
You are cooking on like kind of like a George Foreman right now.
Thank you.
No.
No.
What do you mean? It cuts the grease.
Yeah.
I will only do it.
Are you? I think you're just trying to steal a win from me.
If you dress up as one of these anime
The
girls,
other couples
and
are
then
going to
I
get
ride you.
destroyed.
Oh.
Dude,
Which is why
Austin
you have to
Show
be the
riding
horse.
Christian.
Austin
Those little twink knees are gonna buckle immediately.
I just died.
Have you seen
Thinking about
my
horse
knees?
girls.
Well, they love saying, "What if I die? Could you carry me and then lay on you?" What is that? That's what I'm saying. I've only been in the gym for 2
Cutie
days.
doesn't have that horse in her. She ain't got no filly in her.
Will, how much weed have you
Filly?
smoked?
That's the name of a female horse.
How much weed have you smoked?
Wait, I thought that was a specific type of horse. I didn't realize. I
Let's
thought
look
that
at
was
his
a
eyeballs.
mare.
I
Specifically with a
honestly,
vagina.
I just want to say too, justice for Christian because I actually think Christian would do so well. If it were the opposite way around, no way. Austin would just be bitching and moaning. But Christian, first of all, has like 23-year-old knees. He is a professionally trained dancer. He's got that horse in him. He does. I do think he would dust all of us. It wouldn't even be close. Jen, thank you for the 30 months. Thomas, thank you for the prime. Hogan, thank you for the gifted. Austin can't bottom. How could he possibly be a horse? No, that's what I'm saying. He wouldn't. He absolutely would not. Okay, let me hear the rest of the
And you're
events.
standing on something, you have to hit somebody off, and then whoever falls off first loses. You guys remember that one?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
thank you.
Hey, I'm a Brit House demon, bro.
Appreciate that.
That's me.
Yo,
All me.
put the chips
Yeah.
down, bro.
Love
That's
that.
like
Love that.
chicken.
Next one is
I'll
musical
have your
chairs.
popcorn.
Musical chairs, self-explanatory. Simon Says
Who's got the clip from OTK musical chairs?
did it last year. Someone self-explanatory. And then finally, the top 4 teams will compete in a pentathlon, 5 different events.
Or from
not-
what was it? Wild West. Wild West when I won musical chairs.
Yet released on purpose. That will be a surprise until the moment it happens. So those are your events. Might have 1 or 2 change, but it'll be mostly those events here. So keep that in mind. And in general, unless it's a team event, if it's an individuals event, there's a cap of
say that
how
name
many
anymore.
times you can have somebody compete in an individual event.
Wild West was the beginning of the end.
All right. So let's say agent.
No. Everything started to go downhill after Wild West. It was like the last hurrah. Stop the music! Yeah, remember they had us here for like 2 minutes straight. You did! Did you say the last yeehaw? Yeah, this motherfucker picked up the chair and thought he could twirl it around, and I sat my ass down. Yeah. You did! I'm just dead. Everyone's like, yay! And I'm just dead. And then I was like dry heaving afterwards. No, I refuse to believe. I refuse to believe that he was doing like a gentleman's move that way. I refuse to believe it. No, I won fair and square. You know what? This is good foreshadowing. You're so dramatic. This is good foreshadowing for upcoming streamer games. Team Sinna. Team Sinna. I can't believe you said I'm so dramatic. Nobody has ever said that about me. I miss Melina. I know, I do too. I do too. Surprise Will with one of these when he goes dead weight on you. Wait. Hold on. What the? Wait, that would actually be so... That would be so fucking funny if next time you tried to do this, I pulled out the fireman save. Sinna holding you always reminds me of the statue of Mary holding Jesus. Well, I mean, how many times do I have to say I am pretty much Jesus? All right. Well, I'm excited. I am excited, and I think our team is going to be a mix of good athletics, great vibes. Because remember, our team last year, we were Team Death. So I have to bring that energy again, but obviously it's a different team this time. It's a different team this time, but Team Death was the vibes last year. But I have Sketch on my team this year. So we gotta... I'm looking at things. I'm like, okay, we're def gonna have vibes. I think we can pull through. On athletic events. I don't think every single one. I think we're gonna get fucking annihilated in tug of war, but we can make up for it elsewhere. You know? You pull through on vibes alone. We'll see. Did you see the other trade drama? It went on for like 45 minutes. I felt so bad. Oh my god, is this about E-Rob?
I don't have a question, I have a trade request.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Already.
I have a genuine question. I don't really understand. I don't understand the, like, no one wants E-Rob. Because also, E-Rob is really good. Like, he's very athletic. He was so good last year. He's always great in... So is it just a joke? Am I just missing? It's his brand. So his brand is just to be the butt of the joke. That makes me sad.
I'm guessing.
Come on, bro. You beat.
Oh no.
Well, you can't just. You ruined the.
Like your brand is just being L-Rob.
You just not want E-Rob because you. To be clear, you picked him. Like you picked him before mine. Did you not? Like what?
I fuck with E-Rob.
No, you can't trade me. You can't offer to trade me. Be like, you fuck with me, man.
No, I'm good. I mean, I'll take. If you
because
want to do,
like I remember, I was listening in on some of the conversation when it was about the trying to trade Cutie to Team Vanilla Mace, and E-Rob would be brought up so many times. People would be like, people would be like, absolutely not. Jason was trying to pay someone to take him. That's crazy. That's crazy. I gotta be so for real. I do not think that I could be a streamer if that was like my thing. If my brand and the way my chat behaved towards me was just so was like so mean, I couldn't do it. I'm gonna be for real. Quick L Rob lore. This better not be about
Dude,
fucking
I have not
Tyler.
like being like, is anyone else like this?
I hate
Like,
this. I hate this so much. I hate this so much. Whenever I see this pop up, I actually I can't. I feel uncomfortable. I don't like it. It's a visceral reaction. Anyway, how well do you know Super? I don't know Super. So I will be getting to know Super. Jason got baited with his highlight reel. Wait, what was my highlight reel?
Wait, are you
Did
on
I
my
get
screen
one?
share?
Or
This
they
is for
only-
me,
Yeah,
by
we're
the way.
watching your screen share.
Yeah, I'm watching this. Yep. This is last year.
I don't have it.
I'm here for
What's up, Valkyrie? How you doing?
Wait.
Oh, is this his highlight reel?
Wait, what is it? Wait.
Oh.
Wait, I thought this was fucking basketball highlights.
Oh, yeah, no, this. Ooh.
I don't know. I like him.
Oh my god.
Oh
Never mind.
my
God.
Never mind. That's wrong
Jason,
video.
that was
Holy
not-
That was
fucking shit.
awesome.
Oh
Okay,
my-
for in your
That
defense,
was
it does
awesome.
say like I'd pop his highlights. It did say that.
I trusted the video. I'm sorry. I thought-
Okay, well, E-Rob's really athletic, so I would have E-Rob on my
It
team.
did say that in your defense.
Oh my god.
Wow. Cinema.
Did I just take his trade value?
Yeah.
Our community our chat is generally one of the most supportive as far as streamers go, for sure. For sure. As I said, I genuinely could not handle.
Hey, buddy. Nice
what
to
the
see you. Thank you for
hell?
coming back on the show.
Thank you for having me back. It's like almost what, a year since last
He went on Jimmy Fallon?
time, I think.
That's the trophy right behind you?
Yeah, right there it is. That's the bad boy.
Congrats, bud. This is the second year in a
Thank
row
you.
that your team won the Overwatch League
Does
Grand
Jimmy Fallon even know what that is?
Finals. Could you first quickly explain what Overwatch is for anyone who doesn't know?
Multiple times?
Basically,
Multiple
Overwatch,
times?
it's 6 versus 6 team-based action game by Blizzard Entertainment. The goal, you got different maps, you got different objectives on these different maps. You play with a wide range of heroes. They all have different abilities, and you work together, and you
You know Jimmy's huge on games. No, I did not. Being so for real, I did not know that.
complete the objectives.
Well, this year, the win, obviously this year's a little different. Last time we talked, you were in the Wells Fargo Center in front of 12,000 people. This is a photo right after you won. This is last year. Look at that.
Yeah.
And now this is a photo of what winning looks like in 2020. Still
Yeah.
exciting, but a different scene, huh?
Right. Yeah. I mean, last year it was like super exciting because, I'm from Philadelphia, Wells Fargo Center. I've been there many
You weren't around for the Jimmy Fallon Among Us drama? No. Wait. Ray, Saikudo, and Corpse were on Fallon. Wait, what the hell? Everyone was just going on
Hey
Fallon?
guys, I'm hanging out with Gaten Matarazzo, and we decided to play Among Us with a few friends. It's an online game.
Another
where you're either
streamer
a crewmate
games
trying
competitor? What the hell?
to finish tasks. From The Roots, we have
Wait,
Tariq
Noah-
Trotter, Questlove, and Kirk Douglas. From the Among Us team, Victoria Tran. And we have streaming icons, Saikuno, Valkyrie, and of course, Corpse husband.
What the hell?
Guys, here we go. Where am I? Oh, I'm the blue. All right, I went naked. I'm smurfing it out. You're naked.
Smurf.
Yeah, I missed this whole era. I still have never played Among Us. Can you believe it? Never played Among Us. Yeah, I'm sorry. Questlove playing Among Us is so funny. R.I.P. Corpse. Did he die? Or got canceled? It's either died or was canceled. Or, oh, he just left. Usually when someone says RIP in that context, it's one or the other. Damn, he stepped off because of people trying to dox him. Fuck that shit. Fuck that. Oh, that's actually really sad. That's really sad. Yeah, there's a lot of Twitch history eras that I missed out on, but also just like don't know the lore of. It's socialism or barbarism. Thank you for the 5. Give the dubs. Everyone wanted to know what he looks like. Weren't they? I mean, come on. They got the dream face reveal. Wasn't that good enough? Weren't they satisfied? They got their dream face reveal. Drama was also that it broke up the Amigops. Ray, Corpse, Kuno, and Disguised Toast because they didn't want Toast on the show. Why didn't they want Toast on the show? So does Toast hate Jimmy Fallon? It's Toast like, fuck Jimmy Fallon. Very valid as well. Do you know about AOC playing Among Us though? I do know about AOC playing Among Us because I was like, Will had told me about that. I was like, what the hell? What?
I know how it feels to be picked last. And so,
the Scream Queen meme.
That being said, I think I'm gonna go with Cutie.
Wow.
That bitch! I didn't not to choose it.
It was one point away.
Yes, you saw the vision and you executed the vision. Yes, it is so perfect. So perfect. 10 out of 10. That's incredible. I gotta make sure she sees that. Again, please.
I know how it feels to be picked last. And so, you know, that being said, I think I'm gonna go with Cutie.
Wow.
That bitch! I didn't not to choose it.
It was one point
So dramatic. She's so fucking dramatic. And they say I'm dramatic. Additional lore is that the Fallon incident is what caused Toast to get a glow up because he thinks he was invited because he wasn't hot enough. I'm sorry, Noah Schnapp's on that show. He lost a shit ton of weight and got abs. Oh my god. Can you imagine Jimmy Fallon's show making you feel bad in that way? That is some wild lore. Damn, damn. That clip will live rent-free in my head. I know. Me too. Me too. Okay. All right. So, what else? Wait, who's Katie, by the way? Christy Gnome responded. Yeah, I already have that tagged. We're gonna talk about that. Who's Katie B? Who's Miss Katie B? She is on TikTok. She's Vanilla's friend who Cutie is trying to court. She's trying. It's like Bridgerton. Let me see. It's her new crush. Okay, I get the vibe. Also, let me just say, I saw people being mean to Cinna. I saw people being mean about Cutie. And just a reminder that I know sometimes people have difficulty understanding when something is actually not serious, right? When it's streamer games. It is so unserious. And the Cutie wanting to be on Vanilla's team and not being, not want to be on Cinna's team, me and Cutie being like, I'll kill you. These are bits, okay? And it's not to say that Cutie had not made plans to, like, that they had this whole scheme to have Katie and Cutie and Vanilla, but it's not anything that warrants chatters legitimately getting upset, you know? They put in a lot of legwork to quell the parasocials after they finished their bit. Things were flying real close to the sun for a minute there. Yeah, because I would keep tuning in periodically. And I just saw stuff in the chat. I was like, oh boy. Oh boy. And what can happen is it can kind of ruin the fun, right? And I think it's just a good reminder that this is content, it's content. And especially when it's this type of stuff, it's really unserious and not something that you should be getting upset over via your perception of watching these interactions on stream. It's supposed to be fun. Cutie spent $3,000 to quell the flames. Yeah, and then what happens is then like Emmy stans will be like, oh, why don't you want Emmy? Blah blah blah, and it just becomes the whole thing. If it's not serious, why'd you threaten to ban Jasper for wanting to trade you? Oh, I was serious about that. Everything I said, I was 100% serious over. When I threatened to shave Cutie's head, I meant that shit. Okay, everything that I said, I meant 100%. I meant this. While parasocial fans of political streamers can involve super serious things like literal sexual assault, is what can trigger the fans of actually non-political streamers. I know. And a lot of times it's like, it's kind of how people will react to reality TV. Now, I will say, like, on reality TV, some of that shit is real, but a lot of it is like, it's manufactured. It's the producers who are pulling strings and whatnot. But I think it's kind of, I think it's just this thing that happens all the time. It happens all the time because different communities will feel like they have to go to war for their streamer, and you don't. Like, you don't. And I know it's not everybody. I want to be clear. I know it's not everybody, but it's always like enough comments that it has to be addressed. It has to be addressed. And I'm sure even after they were like, hey, y'all, reminder, there's no beef here. This is just like farming content. It's funny. We're all good. It's not serious. Even after having to make the announcement, there are still going to be people who are like, oh, well, Cinna's such a fucking bitch. Cutie's such a fucking bitch. Like, well, not me. Nobody ever says I'm a bitch. People only say kind things about me. I'm going to war for Carolyn, and I don't care what you say. Hell yeah, brother. So funny that needs to be said. I know. It has to be said every time. Every time, unfortunately. I feel like most of those kinds of people aren't even real fans. They just see the drama online and join in. It's like the worst aspects of parasocialism, you know? It's the anything I perceive to be an attack on my streamer is real and I have to do something about it, you know? When are you going to watch Weapons? Okay, so I would like you all to know that Will texted me and said, I have a ticket for you for tonight for Weapons. And y'all know how excited I've been to see it, and I don't know how he got a ticket. But I turned it down. Because I'm just such a good person. Because I had said I was going to stream, and I had said that we would maybe finish LA Noire tonight, and I am going out of town this weekend to Joshua Tree. And because Gabe, who is Marsh's roommate and who helped us with the Kojima stream, he really, really wanted to go see Weapons. I did too, but I was like, you can take Gabe. So just know that I turned down seeing Weapons tonight to be here. Okay, so don't say I never did nothing for you. All right, I am kind of a hero. Pretty much a saint. I'm seeing Weapons tomorrow night, and I'm also here. Will's supposed to stream too, though. Y'all, he's kind of burnt out. William Nefferson is hitting the burnout. He is hitting the burnout. So, what's up, Seth Drums? Hope you're doing well, too. Did Weapons have a different working title at some point in the past? Not that I know of. It was supposed to have Pedro Pascal in it, and Zach Krieger said when Pedro couldn't do it anymore, he had to, like, recast the whole thing. Isn't he filming? Oh, they are filming the pod right now, true. They're filming the pod that he's going after. So he usually doesn't even stream on pod nights, but he is also burning out. I think he said the stream the other night was his single worst stream. He said it was the worst stream he's ever had when we did. Well, okay, first of all, after stream, we'll always be like, how was your stream? Like, blah, blah, blah. And I said, I had so much fun gaming. Like, it was really fun doing the stupid Magic game. And then even though we lost in Night Rain, and he goes, that was the worst stream I've ever had. And I was like, oh, so was gaming with me didn't make it any better? He's like, no, it was the worst stream I've ever had. Was his chat mean? No, he just doesn't like getting his ass kicked for 4 hours straight while gaming. That's what it was. No, it was not. No, it was not the chat's fault. I'm going to defend the chat. It was not the chat's fault. He was just like, that was so shitty. He was mad that he couldn't figure out the mage game, and Carter and Carlos were at like level 15 because they had played it a bunch, and he just couldn't figure the game out. I was in his chat, and TBH, they were giving awful backseat obvious advice as well. Yeah, that stuff does trigger him too. So anyway, why was I talking about that? Someone said, are you going to go see Weapons? So I will be seeing it at some point. I just will not be seeing it tonight, sadly. Easy Ecomosis, thank you for the 19 months. Micah, thank you for the gifted sub. What was one other thing that I wanted to say? What's the best horror movie I've seen, like this year, or just what's my favorite horror movie ever? Honestly, I'm such a fan of Scream. I love Scream. I would say I would say The Greatest Love Story Never Told. Probably the best horror movie I've ever seen. Oh, speaking of movies, hold on. Has anybody seen the War of the Worlds movie with it is like a cursed War of the World film that they made in like COVID setting? And it has a 0% on Rotten Tomatoes. And Streets are calling it it was shot in 2020. Streets are calling it the worst movie ever. Here's a clip. Here is a clip. Oh, it's now at 4%. Oh, it's moving up. Okay, never mind. It's at 4%.
Easy. No, I'm just good. Let's get my eye in the sky. Good morning, my sweet baby drone. Bam! That was easy.
I'm going to be honest. I kept seeing clips of this before I understood that this was a real movie. And I thought it was like a parody. I did not think that this was a real serious film. Apparently it's so bad it's good, and we haven't. They are saying this is the next Morbius. They are saying this is the next Morbius. I love the dolly zoom just being the green screen shrinking in post while enlarging the ice cube plate. Oh my God, y'all. I wonder if they would bring watch parties back just for one night only, so we could do War of the Worlds. How incredible would that be? Okay, so how did a new War of the Worlds movie get a 0% critical rating, which is now apparently up to 4%? A cursed COVID-made version of the H.G. Wells classic starring Ice Cube has emerged after a 5-year delay. Perhaps it should have stayed buried. Yeah, what made them go now in 2025 be like, you know what? You know what people need? People need the War of the Worlds film with Ice Cube. Okay, so it arrived with little fanfare on Amazon Prime at the end of July. Ice Cube plays Will Radford, a Department of Homeland Security official who monitors an array of feeds for terrorist threats. Despite a belated heads up from his NASA pal, Dr. Sandra Salas, played by Eva Longoria, comes out of like pretty much acting retirement to do, well, I guess this is during COVID because she's not really doing anything anymore. I was going to say, if she came out of acting retirement for this movie, yeah, does she need money? Every time I see something like this, I'm like, are you broke? Is the tax man coming for you? Are you okay? Is everything okay? What's happening with Ryan Gosling? What's going on? Apparently the product placement's incredible in it too. Oh my God, I have to watch this. Like I will be watching this. It's funny because sometimes, you know what's interesting and just funny the way things work? A movie can be so bad that the internet loves it, right? They can't get enough of the clips, turning it into a meme, and then it will get people to watch the film because, oh, Eva Longoria. Not Eva Mendes. Wrong one. Unless Eva Longoria is like also married to Ryan Gosling now. I don't know. Hollywood's weird. There's all sorts of that kind of stuff happening. Okay, sorry. I did wrong Eva-ing here. Goss is just dating all the Evas. Okay, but no, Eva Longoria, like, did the residuals from did the Desperate Housewives residuals dry up? It can't be. That's a syndicated show. It's on cable TV. Like, baby, I know those checks are still hitting. Didn't she do the? Oh, I forgot she did the Hot Cheetos movie too. Yeah. Wait, no, she directed it. She directed Flaming Hot. All right, I need to talk to her manager. Can I talk to Eva Longoria's manager and ask what's going on? Okay, so he fails to pay much mind to a series of mysterious gathering storms until it's too late. We gotta watch the trailer. Meteor strikes occur worldwide, and from the meteors emerge alien tripods that quickly lay waste to buildings and people everywhere. Will has been distracted by the hunt for a hacker called Disruptor, as well as by spying on his grownish kids, Faith, who's expecting her first child, and Dave, a gamer that Will thinks is wasting his life. Yeah, you know those 35-year-old gamers who just sit in their mom's basement and get free healthcare. Enough of them. Okay, here, let's watch the trailer. Great.
Hey.
You are your data.
See, you took the Sunday graveyard shift again. Dad, when's the last time you left the office?
That's classified.
They lie.
The surveillance industrial complex is collecting massive amounts of data with the Goliath program. Our most precious resource on Earth is data. And data is food for the superior intelligence.
You can't just add industrial complex to everything. Yes, you can.
Dad, have you seen this? Have you seen this?
Can you tell yet what they're comprised of?
No, sir. I've never seen anything like this.
No!
Eyewitness.
Yeah, and neither have we. We've never seen anything like this. I like that they went, you know what we should do? We should do aliens are stealing our data. I think that's really with the times, you know? I think people are really going to relate to
Video
this.
is coming in from all over the world.
You are the
Terrifying
harvest.
genes rising out of these meteors.
Get away from that! Get out of there!
Bro, why does this look like a clip of me playing Mecha Break?
I'm coming for you now!
It looks so bad, but so good. Your data is deadly. War of the Worlds. Hey, you know what? Honestly, if the aliens came, I'd be like, hey, you want my data? I have so much data that you can have. Do you want it? Do you want it? I'll give it to you. Orson Welles. Orson Welles is rolling in his goddamn grave. Rolling in his grave. Wait, this is a hilarious line. The idea was organic, says Aiello, who I think is let's see, who directed this? No, Rich Lee directed movie. When catastrophes happen today, we experience them through our devices. That insight shaped the storytelling and tech used to create this immersive thriller. For the first time ever, a studio-scale sci-fi epic has been produced using a format that places audiences inside the action through the lenses of phones, computers, and tablets. Just because it's the first time ever doesn't mean that it's good. Does not mean that it is let's just say, just because you could doesn't mean you should. Does it mean you should? It'll be exciting for audiences to watch the movie and ask themselves, if aliens invaded today, how would we experience it? Most likely we'd be watching it on our phones. In that way, it's kind of a modern spin on Orson Welles' War of the Worlds. Back then, he used radio, the most popular technology of the time, to make people believe the invasion was real. Today, that medium is the screen of our devices. So my question is, like, why is Ice Cube, why is he staying put? Like, why doesn't he... he's watching his family and he's like, no, stay away from it. But he doesn't go anywhere. I guess it was during COVID, but everyone else is out. Kal-El, no. Having the protagonist watch all this from the sidelines makes it less visceral. Yeah. Like, you know what? You're so right. Why didn't you just release this as a series of TikToks then? If this is what you were going for? He's CIA? I don't know. These are, well, like, this is the same team that did Unfriended, Searching, and Missing, which Searching was pretty good. Unfriended, I think, was pretty good. This does not look pretty good. Does not look pretty good. In a novelty that turns into a hindrance almost immediately, most of this unfolds on Will's computer screen at his mostly empty office where he's working what's described as a graveyard shift, despite it being, you know, daytime. Actually, it's more accurate to say that it unfolds near Will's computer screen. Unlike past screen life movies like Unfriended, War of the Worlds is not exactly rigorous about adhering to its self-imposed limitations. Though Will's face is often displayed on screen as part of various video calls, which is how Unfriended and others have worked actors' face into a screen-only framework, the movie also flat out cuts away to traditional shots of Will that are framed vaguely like a Zoom call but clearly take place outside of his computer. That makes sense. After all, when you've got an actor as expressive as Ice Cube, you want unmotivated close-ups that can capture every single cocked eyebrow scowl. Hey, Are We There Yet was good. How will the audience know how to feel if they can't see Ice Cube scowling at his computer screen? That's probably not fair to Cube. Mr. Cube. Can I call you Mr. Cube? Who's been quite good in plenty of other movies. The man has presence. What he does not have is the kind of subtlety or emotional range that benefits from de facto solo occupation of the screen. Really, every actor in War of the Worlds feels like they're performing in a Zoom-style vacuum and seemingly not as a commentary on the coldly disconnected world of digital communication. In fact, quite the opposite. In this movie, everyone video calls everyone all the time to better show off some of the worst visual effects ever seen in a movie. And the thing is, if you're doing a film like this, if you're doing this style where everything is like through the screens, you know, you have to have good effects. So much is riding on the effects being effective. At least it wasn't AI. Well, that we know of. No amount of handheld phone camera or grainy news footage can disguise how terrible the alien ships look. They wouldn't pass muster on a whimsical Snickers ad. So how did this happen? How did this degrade reimagining of a public domain property wind up going from major studio to major streaming service to the top of the charts? Well, so the films that Timur Bekmambetov did all make innovative use of their central gimmick, and War of the Worlds came out as a pandemic-inspired variation. It was announced in the fall of 2020 as a spectacle-driven sci-fi movie. I don't even remember this being announced. That could nonetheless unfold in a series of contained environments with actors all filming their parts separately. The problem is that I think it feels that way. I think it feels like all of these actors are very separate from one another. Like, they're not in the same movie. So the reason War of the Worlds feels not just like eavesdropping on a Zoom call, but like a movie pieced together through Zoom is that it more or less was. More technology was involved, but that's barely clear from the final product, which has the rush jankiness of something that should have come out a month or two after filming and been marketed as a quickie experiment. Instead, the movie seems to have sat on a shelf for literally years before it was sold off to a streaming service. Weirdly, it's not the only 2020 shot Universal produced sci-fi movie to get that treatment. Long Distance, a space survival movie starring Anthony Ramos, recently debuted on Hulu despite filming wrapping before the end of 2020. Even a lengthy post-production would mean that it spent 3 years on the shelf and couldn't even rate a release in the aftermath of the 2023 strikes. Yikes. The simplest answer is as to why the hell these movies have remained in limbo then seems to be COVID-era buyer's remorse. Studios were panicking about how to keep their pipelines moving during an unprecedented disruption and didn't wind up having room on the release schedule for these smaller projects. The real question is how audiences have made it through an unconvincing sci-fi epic that seems to take place in real time yet features a vast and coordinated worldwide mobilization of multiple armed forces without shutting it off in disgust. It boasts a rare 0% rating on Rotten Tomatoes, now up to 4%. Well, maybe they haven't. Streaming viewership is notoriously sketchy to measure, and most services rely on total minutes watched, which means watching 5 minutes of an awful movie and then flipping to something else can add to its total. Well, we all remember, though, when the studio, when who did Morbius again? Was that Columbia? It was Sony. Remember, they thought that people actually were really excited to see Morbius because of all the jokes online, and so they re-released Morbius. They were like, oh, it seems like the people really like Morbius. They're, I think we should give it a re-release because it's so good, and people want to see it because it's so good. because it's Morbin time. So, also, people are weird. Some folks love slop. Yeah, but also when something picks up steam with the people of the internet, it can inadvertently be a blessing in a way that otherwise it would not have gotten. Where when something is so ridiculously bad, but people then like find joy, they find entertainment in it being so bad that they'll like breathe life into it. I loved when they said it's Morbin time. Everyone screamed and clapped. Someone got married. Beautiful. Gorgeous. If you'd still been at Sony, you could have helped them understand that people didn't actually want to pay to see Morbius. Yeah, I'm sure they would have listened to me. The president of Columbia. I'd have been like, hey, so just my 2 cents, but I don't think Morbius is actually a good movie. I don't think people are talking about Morbius for the reasons that you think they are. I skipped the birth of my first child to see the Morbius re-release. I simply could not miss Morbius being re-released. So I'm sorry to my child, but it was more important. Okay, so people watch like for 5 minutes, maybe some of them watch through the end. The movie certainly doesn't compete with second screen phone scrolling in the sense that your scroll is likely to eventually hit upon something vastly better than the movie's own toggling between chat windows. Amazon has plenty of experience helping consumers find junk, so War of the Worlds wound up in a fitting home, at least until Temu starts its own streaming service. We were all busy that weekend. Please bring Morbius to the theaters the third time. I think Morbius should get a yearly re-release at minimum. At minimum. It spoils the entire movie in case you care, but the pitch meeting vid on War of the Worlds is hysterical.
So, yeah.
I don't care. about this being spoiled. I honestly, for me, something being spoiled is only something that I genuinely can't wait to watch because I think it will be good. So this is one of those, I don't even know what there is to spoil. How do you spoil, you know? But out of respect, if you don't want any spoilers for Ice Cube's War of the Worlds, a film that is hot on Amazon Prime, then don't watch the 6-minute video.
Have a new movie for me? Yes, sir, I do. I'm thinking it's time for a new take on War of the Worlds. That's a good idea. Some good sci-fi for people to pop on after a long day of being stuck on Zoom calls. Yeah. So what's this one gonna be like? It's gonna be like being on a Zoom call for 90 minutes. Oh, that sounds amazing. Yeah, the whole thing, and I mean the whole thing is gonna look like you're looking at a computer screen. That's so freaking immersive. It's gonna be like you're right in the action, watching the action from a computer screen. Exactly, and we're gonna see the main character react to alien footage through his webcam. Wow, well, we're gonna need someone with some serious acting chops if the whole movie's gonna be a close-up of him reacting. Ice Cube is good at frowning. Well, that should work just fine. Okay, so Ice Cube works at the Department of Homeland Security, and he's the guy who's in charge of looking at people through cameras and listening in on their phone calls. So he, like, leads a team or something? He seems to be completely alone in the DHS building. Oh, okay. And when we meet him, he's tracking his kids' every move and spying on them and reading their private conversations. This guy's kind of an invasive creep. No, it's because he cares about his kids. Huge invasion of privacy. He also has a dead wife. Well, now he's a sympathetic...
Yeah, the real invasion in the film is not the aliens. It's Ice Cube spying on his children through his grainy webcam.
Character. This is a good protagonist. Thank you. So he hacks his daughter's fridge and then calls to yell at her for not eating enough protein. Just a real good guy. And his son downloads a video game to have some fun, and he hacks the computer and deletes it. A hero among men. Anyway, so later, as Ice Cube's trying to take down this hacker, the Disruptor, a bunch of meteors hit the planet. Oh, did nobody see them coming? Nope, because all the world's satellites were taken down a couple days earlier. How? Meteors. What? So humanity had no way of seeing this coming. Well, but then these freaking large machines come out of the meteors and start attacking people. Oh no. Yeah, so Ice Cube's gonna be like, whoa. Oh my goodness. As he watches footage. That's right. But then he wants to
Wait, stop. One character was an Amazon driver who delivers a USB to him via drone.
help his daughter who's injured, but he can't leave the room because the door is locked. Dang. So how is he supposed to get through a glass door and exit this room? Impossible. So he returns to his computer and hijacks a Tesla for her and self-drives it to the hospital. Shouldn't he be helping with Homeland Security? He's getting to that. Okay. So now he's got to do this super action-packed thing where he puts together a presentation for the president. Oh. Yeah, so we'll see him taking screenshots from cameras and from the news and whatnot. He's getting his information from the news. Constantly, yeah. The news is reporting on things before he can even find them out. So he presents this to the president, and the president's like, yeah, we should shoot the aliens probably. Wow, well, thank God Ice
It just says POTUS.
Cube gathered some screenshots on his computer and organized them into neat columns. Oh, heroic spreadsheets are tight. But then we're gonna learn that the aliens are actually here to eat our data. What does that mean? Data is their food. What does that mean? They think our data's so freaking tasty, so they start eating all of it. And as Ice Cube's looking at his dead wife's Facebook page, they eat that and it disappears in real time. Aliens eat Ice Cube's dead wife's Facebook page? How quickly can we put this movie into production? And they start eating
every time you have just an insane plot in a film like this, I just always think of the Key and Peele Gremlins sketch. It's in the movie.
Buddy's data and the military's data and the government's data, which means, well, frickin' passenger airplanes fall to their deaths. The planes die. That's what we're gonna write on screen, yeah. And then obviously all military equipment and planes stop working and tanks, no more tanks, because the data was eaten by aliens. Yeah, because how could a tank if it's data tanks? You're making a lot of sense, and I like that. So then Ice Cube's gonna find out that his son is the hacker he was looking for. How? Well, he like undoes the hacker's voice modifier and realizes it's his kid. He had never undone the voice modifier before, despite having that ability this entire time.
Not the gamer being a hacker.
I'm correct, and it turns out his son knows that the government started this surveillance operation called Goliath that they knew would attract aliens. Oh, they knew about the aliens' data diet. They sure did, but they wanted to see inside people's Amazon carts real bad. Understandable. So then Ice Cube confronts the director of Homeland Security about it. Is he gonna beat him up? Well, no, he confronts him over Zoom. Remember, this is on a computer screen? Right, well, that's just as exciting and cinematic. You'd know it. So then this freaking guy locks him out of the DHS system. Whoa. So he has no choice but to join his son's hacker squad and upload a YouTube video exposing
movies constantly overestimating gamers as total tech geniuses.
the whole thing. Oh, the aliens didn't eat YouTube yet? No, they ate Facebook. They did not eat YouTube yet. Well, fantastic. But now the government wants to destroy Washington, D.C. so they could cover up the Goliath and protect it with rubble, which is actually inside Ice Cube's building. How do they plan on bombing it? With bomber planes. I thought all the planes were down. Hey, shut up. So now Ice Cube teams up with his son and his daughter to make a virus to take down the aliens. Oh, his daughter too? Yeah, she's a scientist and she made a cannibal virus that they're gonna combine with a computer virus, and that's gonna kill the aliens. Well, I have no further questions. So Ice Cube needs to put this virus into the mainframe with a thumb drive, but he doesn't have one of those. Oh man, gonna be tough for him to save the day now. Actually, it's gonna be super easy. Barely an inconvenience. Oh, really? Yeah, see, his daughter's boyfriend's an Amazon delivery guy, so Ice Cube puts an order in for a thumb drive on Amazon.com. So now the guy, he can fly a drone with the thumb drive over to Ice Cube. The Amazon product placement. Can we kick that up a bit? Way ahead of you. At a certain point, the drone falls and they give a homeless guy a $1,000 Amazon gift card to go risk his life and flip it. Perfect.
Stop
so
it.
now Ice Cube, who is...
Stop it! So this is just like an Amazon ad. I'm just imagining like Ice Cube has a line where he's like, oh shit, I don't think it will come in time. Wait, I have Amazon Prime shipping, which means that I can get it same day.
finally figured out how to get past that pesky door, has to run to Goliath, and he encounters one of the alien tentacles and he kicks it and he's like, move, bitch, get out the way. I am going to spend real money on making this into a real movie. So then Ice Cube saves the day and he decides he's not gonna work for the government anymore. Instead, he's gonna keep an eye on them. Wow, 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 wow. And then he gets the most valuable reward of all, like a medal or something. A tweet from Joe Rogan himself.
No!
Whoa!
No! No! No!
Or something. A tweet from Joe
Radford family, heroes for privacy rights, save humanity. Wait, from theintercept.com? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. From The Intercept. This is before Kenny Clips left. Kenny Clips, who is filing so many FOIAs. So many FOIAs. To get all this info. To report on it for The Intercept. Why is he doing the thumbs up? Why any of this?
Rogan himself. Whoa!
Why?
I know. Damn, well, there's no way people won't love this one.
Hi, this is Ryan George.
There's no way people won't love this one, and it cuts to 0% on Rotten Tomatoes. Oh my god. Oh, here's a clip of the Amazon part. Hell yeah.
Is ready. Sending it to you now.
No. No.
Code is ready. Sending it to you now. Put it on a thumb drive.
I don't have a thumb drive.
Code is ready. Sending it to you now.
Oh my god. Wait, that's actually true? They view it as a security threat. I contract for the government. They don't let us plug shit into our computers. Well, damn. I learned something from Ice Cube. Damn. Damn, at that top secret military organization. Damn. But good thing he has Amazon Prime and 3 Bakes. Hopefully you also have Amazon Prime so that they can drone send you a USB if you so need one. Because you have to download the file, you got to get the code. You got to get the code. Holy shit. Oh my God. I have to, you know what I need to do? I need to smoke weed. I need to smoke so much weed and watch this movie. Every Amazon mention in War of the Worlds. Runtime without credit, 92 minutes. Amazon mentions 14. You keep missing the Prime sub layup. Come on, Caroline, be a professional streamer. Oh yeah, okay. Mentions of Amazon. Character is literally an Amazon delivery guy in his Amazon van. Uses Amazon branded packaging tape to stop bleeding. Amazon drone delivery bro. Amazon.com mentioned. 5 seconds of Amazon.com. Amazon checkout. Order ship notification. Amazon logo on UI. They're bribing a guy with $1,000 Amazon gift card. More UI. One more for the road, baby. Credits roll. Oh my God. Someone said this is the worst movie I've ever watched, by the way. You know what's crazy about Amazon Prime? You know what's crazy? Is that if you, like, Ice Cube, are stuck in the middle of an alien invasion where they're eating our data, then you can get drone delivered a USB so that you can download the file onto it. And also, if you have Amazon Prime, you get 1 free Prime sub a month that you can use on your favorite streamer so you don't have to watch ads. Isn't that crazy? Can you believe it? Can you even believe it? I like that the end of the film is him putting in an Amazon order. Voodoo TV, thank you for the Prime. Toastubs, thank you for the 4 months. Motherthat, thank you for the 24 months. Sandor NASA is calling you.
Good morning, what's up?
Mel, thank you for the Prime.
Good morning, what's up?
Look, take a look at this.
Yo, that goes crazy. Hey, take a look at this. I know this is a meme. You guys, I do know that. Okay, I know. I understand. I did catch on to that one. That somebody made a little edit. Okay, can't fool me. Right, I know about these things now. Here's another one. Compilation of Ice Cube's Oscar-worthy performance.
Easy. Collecting data. Oh man, that's what brought them here in the first place. They knew, and they hid it from us.
You know what? We should do a scene-by-scene reshoot with streamer. We should recreate this.
It's you. It's you.
Yeah.
Take your intergalactic asses back home. Back home. How could you, man? How could you? My own son is hacking the government.
You know,
oh my God.
Eyewitness video is coming in from all.
I can't believe my own son is hacking the government. Holy shit. Yeah, don't show this to Chris Cuomo. He's gonna lose his mind. He's gonna be like, have you guys seen this? Have you seen that the government is being hacked? Bad Pancakes, thank you for the Prime. If you look closely at his glasses, you can see the green screen.
You thought I was home. This is crazy. Collecting data.
Yeah, you know, I don't think that they cared. I don't think that that was something that they were being cognizant of.
Oh my God.
Is this how politics streamers cover breaking news? Is this the same vibe? Pets in, thank you for the prime. You wouldn't hack a government, now would you? Not, you know actually who should recreate this? Nandre. I need Nandre to use his goddamn green screen, and I need him to recreate Ice Cube in War of the Worlds. Please. Please. Director Rich Lee has directed music videos for Eminem, Lana Del Rey, Maroon 5, The Black Eyed Peas, Norah Jones, Michael Bublé, and the All-American Rejects. He started his career in Broadway. Holy shit. Yeah, so it looks like this is his first film, and it might be his last, unless we get a War of the Worlds sequel, you know? We may, it's, you never know. More war and more worlds. Wait, Nandre, didn't you watch this movie? Didn't I see you tweet about this? You Can Be Eva? Okay, great. Hey, you've got to watch this. You got to check this out. And then my son needs to be Kungus. I need you yelling at Kungus for hacking the government. You mean my own son, Kungus, hacked the government? I text my siblings to see if they want to get wasted and watch this. So fun. What a perfect siblings night. Chimmy could be the hacker too. Chimmy, my own son, Chimmy. You know what? You know what's so funny? I should message my sisters and be like, "Oh my God," because they're always asking me for movie suggestions. I should text, and Jen especially. Jen is like really gullible. So if I were to text her and be like, "Oh my God, War of the Worlds." A War of the Worlds film with Ice Cube just came out, and it's so good. It's so good. And she'll watch it, and then she'll message me and be like, I'm so confused. I don't, it's really bad. I'm so confused. I'm like, no, I just don't think you understood it. I don't think you got it. Cutie is the pregnant daughter in the Tesla. Great. Lud is Amazon man, and Dan Clancy is the president. No notes. Perfect. Hassan is the tripods for invaders. Excellent. Who plays the homeless guy that they're like, we'll give you $1,000 Amazon gift card to if you can get the drone? Yeah, Jen wouldn't understand. She wouldn't get the vision. Austin. Austin Show. Will's the evil DHS man. Perfect. This is incredible. Maybe Wake Wilder. Wake Wilder can be the homeless guy who we need him to get the drone. We need him to get the drone. Austin needs to film like 30 minutes of footage, but we cut him out except one 3-second cut. Yeah, perfect. Great. Any other characters? Anyone else? Who gets to play an alien? What's the War of the Worlds drinking game? Drink every single time there's an Amazon mention, because that's at least 14 times. Who's going to be cast as the thumb drive? Nandre, you need to do one of your tweets. You got to do one of your tweets where you post the cast of streamers doing War of the Worlds. And we need everything, okay? Because we do need someone to play the thumb drive. Extra Emily. Hello, Earthlings. Hello, Earthlings. They're so, this is what I mean by like these, you guys, these all have hella likes. Like people might actually go watch War of the World. I think that's maybe why it's been bumped up to 4%. I'm certain my editor Gabe can make this a reality. Me too.
Listen to me. Get out of there now. No. You gotta get up. Keep running. What? I can't get up. You gotta go left now. And run, boy. Make a right now. At the corner. Holy shit. Hey. I'm okay. Go.
Y'all, this has to be on 70mm IMAX. I mean, what the hell? I can't believe this went to Amazon Prime. I can't believe this went to streaming. I cannot believe it. I cannot believe that this isn't being viewed by the masses on the biggest screen possible. Come on, man. That's how movies are supposed to be watched. Do you know what one of the funniest things in movies for me is? When a character is running but still is on FaceTime or like still is doing something that I just don't think you would be focused on if you were in a life or death situation running. Like, I like that he's still trying to keep himself on the FaceTime as he is sprinting for his life from this alien invasion. Priorities. Yeah. I mean, you know what? That's what streaming is. That's true. Okay, I really have to go pee. I've had to pee so bad.
Can you feel it now?
Why is this so funny? Why did that work so perfectly? Holy shit. I just like the part of the song where I started playing. Oh my God. I should make movies. No, that wasn't part of the video. I just put the song on because I had to go pee, and then I was like, you know what? I'm gonna mute the video and play it. because I think it'll be funny, and it worked out perfectly. Speaking of space and all that, I don't know if anyone has seen this, but a new iconic Mariah Carey line has just dropped. So one of my favorite Mariah Carey, I'll call it a bit, is how over the course of years, she would pretend not to know Jennifer Lopez. Like every time she'd be asked, she'd be like, I'm sorry, I don't know her. And she would make it seem as if she had didn't even know the name. And then when pressed on it, she'd be like, no, I just mean like I don't, personally really know her. So that's why I'm like, I don't know her. And it's something that I quote all the time. So we have a new one. Okay, we have a new one, and it's about Katy Perry's trip to space. Remember that? Remember when Katy Perry went to space? Okay, so here's Mariah Carey in an interview.
Space. You know, like Katy Perry did.
Did she go to space?
Not for long. I think it was.
Where'd she go?
Space? Where did she?
Where did she go? Where did she go? Like, I'm obsessed. I'm obsessed. She has her sunglasses on. She's like, did she go to space? Where did she go? Oh, like so casual, so nonchalant. She's like, oh, like, did she go to a planet? Where? Where in space?
Where'd she go? No one knows.
No
Pardon?
one knows where she went.
Oh,
into orbit and back.
Katy Perry went into orbit and back.
She's like floating in the.
Yeah.
And this is true.
This. I've not made.
So she was just like floating around, like.
Made this up. This is true.
She fucking zooted.
All right, Katie.
She was.
All right,
proper in
Katie.
space.
I'm not mad at her. That's pretty amazing.
Yeah, I mean, she hasn't stopped talking about it since, but it happened. Would you do it?
I think I've done enough.
I think I've done enough. I mean, I'm sorry, it's iconic.
Yeah, okay, fair. Would you fancy going to space?
Would you go to space, Mariah Carey? I think I've done enough. What a line. God, I have to be shadier and more of a hater. Just take your cues from Mariah Carey. All right, take your cues from Mariah Carey. Holy shit. Where did she go? I think I've done enough. Pajamarama, thank you for the tier 1. Oh my God. Is she zooted? Possibly, but also it's very Mariah Carey. Very Mariah Carey to just be like, what? Who is she? Where did she go? Oh. That's great. Like, good. I hope she's happy. It's like a controlled zooted. I'm gonna use that from now on. See, that's what I'm talking about. Okay. We have something new that we can add into our the things that we say. It's also the effect of not being married to Nick Cannon anymore. It's relaxing. Oh, I'm sure. She's like, I'm chilling now. I'm unbothered. It is so good. Speaking of IDG, did you turn off location services so people can't just track your location 24/7? Oh yeah. That was going around the internet. To turn off your Instagram location because Instagram unveiled a new location sharing feature. So turn that shit off. Instagram's new map feature lets you share your location with friends in real time, but the addition has prompted concerns over privacy and safety. Yeah, because you know how we're already in an era where it feels like we have no privacy and safety whatsoever, that our data is being eaten by aliens. Added on Wednesday for US users, the Snap Maps-like tool allows you to see nearby friends on a map, accessible through the Messages tab. You can also see posts tied to specific locations by friends or creators you follow. Well, you all know I'm in French Polynesia. If they have opted in for a location sharing, which is importantly off by default, okay. There's always another side to location sharing tools beyond the fun and practicality of it all. Location sharing can give third-party advertisers a solid picture of the places that you visit and how often. Great, so they can just slam us with even more ads. But location sharing can also be co-opted by creeps and even used in cases of domestic digital abuse. Yeah. Instagram has taken measures to curb this. I love how Instagram like creates a problem and is like, don't worry. We're taking measures to curb the problem that we are responsible for. While location sharing has become a common tool for keeping track of loved ones, planning in-person events, or seeing what your ex is up to, which we don't recommend, Instagram's new feature offers robust controls and flexible privacy settings. Okay, so how does location sharing work on Instagram? Long before the Maps feature rolled out, Instagram added location sharing in November 2024 specifically for DMs. According to Meta, location sharing is off by default unless you turn it on yourself, which may come as a relief. Yeah, I would still check it because I don't fucking trust. I do not trust this company. The company stipulates that if you do switch location sharing on, your location is updated whenever you open the app or return to the app if it's been running in the background. If you share your location, it will update every time you open it. So if you share your location with someone, they can view it on maps, through posts you've tagged, and within chats. You can also see where others are who have location sharing on. You can tap on a person's icon on the map to DM them. That is like, oh, God. I've never turned mine on. When I went to check, it was set to always on. See? Don't trust them. So everybody, if you have Instagram and you want to make sure that your location is not on, I would go check that. Even if you have it off, you can still look at the map and see anyone who has their location shared with you. In the map, there are various shapes that will indicate your settings according to Instagram. A blue arrow, you're sharing your location with your selected audience. A red dot, you're not sharing your location. An orange triangle, you need to enable location permissions on your device to share your location. I just checked. Mine is off. Just found out someone I follow is close by who I don't know is on. Jesus. God. Good thing I don't use it on my phone, I suppose. What about desktop? I don't know. I mean, I would check. Yeah, I mean, this is for data brokers, 100%. This is like so companies can just get more of your, just know everything about you, have everything about you. How to turn it off. Okay, so everyone, let's do it. Open Instagram. Tap the arrow icon in the top right to open messages. Arrow icon on the top right. Tap the map feature at the top of your inbox. The hell? I don't even fucking know. Discover AIs. What is this? What? Oh, map. Okay. Tap the cog icon in the top right to open settings. Choose your location sharing preferences and then tap update. Okay, mine is off. Great. I'm also someone who I am very against I get that people have location sharing for whatever reason. I have never been into the location like the Find My Friends thing. I remember when Cutie was like, I have everyone's location, and I went, what? What? Yeah, like that was a thing in college. All my friends had their locations. Where, look, if I get kidnapped, something happens to me, then it's essentially one of those where I'm like, yeah, no, I already understand that by not wanting to engage in location sharing with people, well, Hopefully, Liam Neeson can come find me. Hopefully. I think like my sister. I think one person at least has my location. But otherwise, like, my coworkers all do that. I think it's so fucking weird. I just have never... I've never liked it. And I also... Even with people I know, I'm like, I don't want you to friggin' see where I'm at. And also, like, if I'm running late, if I'm running late to something, I'm like, yep, I'm on the way. And then they check, and my ass is still at home. You know what I'm saying? If you're going somewhere, meeting someone new, let people you don't trust know where you're going. The location share is really easy to be used against you. Totally. If you get kidnapped, the police can get your location from your cell service. Great. Yeah, no, there's other ways to like triangulate people's last whereabouts. But yeah, I just have Ashley. See, but also, wouldn't you rather like not know? You don't want to go on your phone and be like, oh, everyone's hanging out without me. Everyone is hanging out without me. But yeah, people are like really into it, and they will have so many. It's not even just like close friends or partners, you know? They're just like sharing location with anybody. And it's just not my thing, you know? I'm not into it. I'm not about it. And you're feeling now. Ba, ba, ba. Loyal Peep, thank you for the tier 1. If it wasn't for location sharing, we wouldn't have known my dad threw his phone in the recycling. Well, I'm sure he was grateful then that you had that. It's just always been a personal thing with me. Like Will and I don't have each other's locations. You know, I don't check that stuff. I don't feel the need. Okay, let's talk about let's talk about the South Park portraying Kristi Noem as a puppy shooting face melting ice villain. It's very funny that I genuinely can't tell if Kristi Noem responded, but JD Vance and Charlie Kirk, I don't know if they realize that South Park is making fun of them. Charlie Kirk especially, he really seems to think that South Park fucks with him, that they think he's like that they're on the same team. And it's like, South Park is on South Park's team. Okay. South Park has always been South Park. They stand for no one and nothing. And they are, you know, nihilistic in that sense. They're chaos. But no, Charlie, they're not your buddies. They fucking hate everyone. There's a whole episode on Twitter if you want to watch. I don't know if I want to watch the whole episode, but I have like some of the clips of the Kristi Noem. How long is it? Full episode. Oh. Who the fuck put the full episode on? That feels like it could be... that feels like it could be not something that I can do. You know? You know? Maybe be... Oh, Hassan did it? Hassan did it. Well, you guys, I don't care, okay? I don't base what I do on whether or not Hassan has gotten away with something. Here, I will watch someone. Yeah, I'll watch someone This is better. South Park just waged war on ice. Great. I will watch someone reacting to it. This is better. So I don't risk it at all. Okay. All right. Okay. You are taking a break to go to Joshua Tree. Well, if Twitch bans you for watching it but not the small-headed man, then Twitch hates women. Yeah, and then I'll go on my crusade to get Hassan banned. Okay, this is Johnny.
Incredibly
Two
topical
Cello.
hot button episode
Johnny Two
focused
Cellos.
on Debate Bro podcasters, Ice, and Christy Gnome shooting puppies. And honestly, this thing was non-stop gags and biting commentary. I really felt like most of the way through, this was just another incredibly strong episode, but boy, did it have a weird, abrupt ending. There is tons to go over with this one, as per usual, so let's dive into Season 27, Episode 2, Got a Nut. And hey, if you like this breakdown, not only am I going to cover every episode of the new season, but I have a ton of South Park episode, character, and lore breakdowns.
Well, should we watch Christy None's clip before or after? We can watch it after.
Across the channel, so consider subscribing. Thanks. Okay, so South Park Studios opted to take 2 weeks for their second episode of the season after their premiere made such huge waves, and while the episode overall was really strong, I'm really surprised that they landed on this ending with that extra production time. But you can also see how much of that extra time went into the production value, because they had some amazing looking locations and sequences. The episode starts with the boys complaining about somebody making inflammatory remarks on their debating podcast about women, Jews, etc., clearly alluding to Cartman before the show reveals that it's actually Clyde. The entire school seems to be up in arms, and fittingly they have Wendy and Kyle confront Clyde to complain.
Well, that sounds like a very female and Jew thing to say. If you guys don't like it, why don't you come debate me on my podcast?
This follows up the previous episode's Cartman storyline pretty directly, where he felt very lost given how much of the world is more or less repeating his shtick these days. He no longer feels special, and that's exactly how he's
But I'm the one who said woke is dead.
feeling here, seeing Clyde take his place as the offensive provocateur who's getting all the attention for it. Particularly the attention of Kyle, might I add. One of the things that sets Cartman off is hearing Kyle call Clyde a fat ass. There's almost like a jealousy here. This leads to Cartman basically playing catch up with people like Clyde to adopt these debate bro tactics to try and stay relevant, even though Clyde has ripped Cartman's talking points and just repackaged them.
And also be sure to hashtag
You know what,
respect Clyde's
too?
authority.
This actually, and this feels like what is happening right now in the right wing, not just, like the manosphere, but just in the right wing content sphere, where there is infighting happening. And it's because there have been more and more people who have tried to get in on this, right? They see the dollar signs, they see the formula, and they're like, okay, I want to get in on it. And the girls are fighting for sure. Yes. And they're starting to eat each other. They're turning inwards, And it's kind of it's like pointing fingers and trying to be like, no, don't, this person's a fucking idiot. Okay. And then a bunch of other slurs, rather than it being like, well, there's room for all of us to have our different styles and our different ways of pushing what we think is best here. Yeah, fascism eating itself, calling each other feminists as slurs.
So Clyde and Cartman are obviously parodying this specific type of debate bro, a tactic we've seen used pretty heavily for years now, and the episode does not really hold back when it comes to how it feels about these specific types of personalities and influencers. Clyde is basically hawking protein supplement to make money, and he fully states that the only reason he's even doing any of this is to make money, or the way he puts it, because he's got a nut, which is about $60 a week week, might I add. In his conversation with Mackie, he seems to have absolutely no real connection or belief in the ideology he's pushing. It's actually a pretty simple formula. Bring people on the podcast to debate, edit the content to be as incendiary as possible, meant to infuriate and divide, get eyeballs on that content through that division, and make money. And I'm sure you've come across this kind of debate bro content before on Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, etc. Interestingly, they make
Fucking
Cartman the
Jubilee.
Charlie Kirk stand-in here, and I think that was pretty intentional. Charlie Kirk is another one of these right-wing political commentators, and while he does use debate bro tactics like this, he also absolutely believes in the ideology he peddles, just like Cartman does, so this is pretty fitting. But as usual...
You know, I have to say, too, I think ultimately, look, maybe Charlie Kirk really thinks that Cartman, maybe he's missing the satire, you know? But also, maybe it's just feeding his ego to be the guy, right? There's so many guys that South Park could have chosen to be, who Cartman is modeled after. And so the fact that it's Charlie, I think he fucking loves it. You know, he doesn't give a shit ultimately, maybe, that Cartman is a fucking idiot, that Cartman is not like the good guy in the show. Or maybe he knows it's making fun of him and he's leaning into it. I don't think he has like a good sense of humor or anything. Could have been Tim Pool. No one would have blinked an eye. Well, you know, what was I going to say? There really has been a lot of infighting, it feels, in the last year, right? Tim Pool being revealed to be a Russian asset, the Elon Musk versus Donald Trump showdown, the trad wives versus the MAGA hotties. I know at the very least he wants his audience to believe that makes him the shit, control the narrative type beat. Yeah. Where he's like, I'm the guy. I think he knows if he acts mad about it that he's owned, so if he laughs about it, then he wins. Maybe. I mean, could be any of the above.
Well, the show is not making Cartman out to be a good guy here, obviously. They fully spell out for the audience exactly what he's doing to find success in this format.
I have my arguments down rock solid. These young college girls are totally unprepared, so I can just destroy them and also edit out all the ones that actually argue back well.
I like that this season seems to really be leaning into a good mix of actual political commentary and like incredibly stupid juvenile humor. Obviously last week it felt like all of the Trump's tiny junk stuff was very intentionally trying to get a rise out of him, but this week the whole master debating bit was just clear juvenile wordplay, and I can't pretend it didn't make me laugh.
I'm sorry, Mom. You told me to go to sleep, but I started master debating again.
But the other major piece of political and cultural commentary here was obviously the focus on ICE. Early in the episode, Mackie gets fired due to the far-reaching budget cuts in education across the country, and despite it completely conflicting with his principles, in order to make ends meet, Mackie decides to join ICE. South Park has obviously covered ICE before. Back in season 23's Mexican Joker, their detainment camps were a major focus, but with the recent insane inflation of their budget and the fact that they are actively carrying out raids across major US cities in ways that have been highly publicized and criticized, it makes sense that South Park would tackle them again, and they definitely do not hold back in their portrayal of ICE either.
If you're crazy or fat and lazy, we don't care at all.
Obviously, first off here, they're just incredibly critical of their hiring practices and lack of meaningful screening protocols. It was pretty funny to see that World of Warcraft guy return for the first time since like season 20 to represent their low standards here. And it does feel like their standards just keep lowering. In fact, literally
They're gonna have to throw Dean Cain in there.
Yesterday, Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem announced that they no longer have age limits in their recruiting for ICE.
They removed the age limits so that Dean Cain could enlist to be ICE. Yeah, no, actually though. So that motherfucking Dean Cain, in such a, truly just definitionally ironic, considering who he is most famous for playing. Dean Cain wanting to join ICE, but there being age limits, and now the age limit's being removed.
Enforcement position.
Hey, now your racist dad can sign up to volunteer and be ICE.
And we'll get to Kristi Noem soon, because they definitely covered Kristi Noem in this episode. But also, South Park has just fully been dunking on Homeland Security. Okay, so here's a sentence that really perfectly exemplifies that we probably live in the dumbest timeline. On Tuesday, South Park ratioed Homeland Security on Twitter. Yeah, that's a real sentence. That's a thing that happened. The official Department of Homeland Security Twitter, the agency of the United States government, shared an image of South Park's ICE agents on their page, and South Park responded with this quote tweet. Wait, so we are relevant?
Holy
Hashtag eat a
shit.
bag of dicks.
Almost 500,000 likes, 15 million views.
Quote tweet nearly 10x'd Homeland Security and was obviously in reference to the White House's assertion that South Park hadn't been relevant in 20 years. And obviously South Park was not subtle in their criticism of ICE in this episode either. They portray one of the raids as taking place at a live Dora the Explorer stage show. It's just a bunch of families enjoying children's entertainment, and ICE shows up to detain, deport, and rip these families apart. And South Park's message here is pretty clear that ICE is not just targeting the quote-unquote worst of the worst, as their Secretary of Homeland Security claims they are. And if families watching Dora the Explorer wasn't subtle enough for that message, the next raid makes it pretty unambiguous.
I have no doubt that there are many, many Latinos in heaven.
Yeah, ICE rolls up on heaven. Again, not very subtle, but absolutely and obviously scathing. They are flat out saying that ICE's goals are to deport as many people as possible, no matter the context of their life or quality of their character, even if they are literally in heaven.
Remember, only detain the brown ones.
And this episode is not kind to Kristi Noem either, nor should it be. They took aim at her in two specific ways, outside of her being this bizarre ICE mascot. But the first was in response to something she wrote about in her memoir.
God, at the end they go to Mar-a-Lago and they portray all the workers there as being young and giving massages to all the old men there. Well,
maybe one of the most bizarre political moves I've ever heard of in my life. She detailed how she shot one of her hunting dogs because it wouldn't behave. Like, she wrote this story.
Remember how fucking insane this was? That Kristi Noem admitted herself. Like, that was not something that someone spilled the tea on. That was fully Kristi Noem being like, oh yeah, when my dog is no longer, when my hunting dog is worthless, then I just shoot him. I just put him down. Like, this woman is evil. Kristi shoots Crypto at the end of the episode. Oh my God. All right, here's the South Park heaven scene. We can watch this
There
one.
are many, many Latinos in heaven.
I mean, you know, the thing is, too, like, one thing about Donald Trump and the Donald Trump era is that there's always been like a difficulty in satirizing Trump because Trump is so absurd. You know, it's difficult to use absurdist humor to, like, depict the absurdity of Donald Trump. And it's why SNL and, like, a lot of liberal comedy just kind of has failed. You know, it's not worked. Because they just are not effectively, they're not effectively out ridiculousing Donald Trump with just the type of person that he is, you know, and all the shit that he does. Like, he's too absurd to be satirized with absurdity. Like, the way that he acts on television, it's hard to outdo him on TV. And I think it's why South Park leaning into the juvenile humor is one way that they can, it's like the way that only something like South Park can make fun of Donald Trump. Yeah, they don't feel shame. They can also react quickly. Yeah, yeah.
Jesus, look out!
Jesus, look out!
How did you get into heaven?
Jeez. They're depicting Jesus as brown.
About her life as though it was an anecdote that made her relatable. She basically failed to train a dog so disastrously that she opted to murder it. And so, as you might expect, South Park shows Kristi Noem killing like 5 puppies over the course of this episode, including Crypto. Hope Soup doesn't find out. There's also this whole body horror subplot where Noem's face keeps melting and trying to escape her body, only for this group of stylists to come and touch her up as often as needed, which I feel like—
and also like the gag of Kristi Noem just killing a bunch of puppies is a like, it's a funny gag that is of itself like ludicrous. Not even just, you know, being funny because it's satirizing how evil Kristi Noem is. Like the image of someone who is just going after and aggressively shooting puppies is so insane. But also, yeah, I mean, Kristi Noem kills dogs.
Like is not just ripping on Noem, but also commentary on the way that they're basically trying to give these kinds of government agencies marketing facelifts, make them look shiny and appealing. Cartman's story sort of just dissolves in this one, though in a pretty funny way. He loses the Charlie Kirk Award for master debating to Clyde, who wins a trip to Mar-a-Lago. I really liked how fully fed up Leanne was with all of this. I feel like over the past few seasons, we've been seeing her become more and more fed up with Eric's antics, and it's nice to see that character evolution. She used to sort of just be the yes mom archetype. And similar to Clyde, Mackie ends up being such a good ICE agent, despite not even believing in the work he's doing, that he ends up being honored by the president at Mar-a-Lago to become the new face of ICE. Honestly, while I did really think the ICE commentary was well handled here, from a story perspective, the idea of them wanting to make Mackie the face of ICE felt a little silly to me. I mean, this guy's face? Though I guess when your vice president is JD Vance, it's all relative, right? Okay, let's talk about this entire Mar-a-Lago sequence. First of all, insanely gorgeous location for South Park. Between this and Heaven, it feels like we can really see where the work goes when they have that extra week to produce the show. But damn, I kind of felt like this location was a little bit wasted. I think they definitely wanted to prioritize getting more Trump content in this one after the premiere landed the way it did, and after the White House's furious response. And honestly, they fit a lot of stuff into this short 5 minutes that they spent in Mar-a-Lago. There was some super obvious, non-subtle stuff that people are definitely going to talk about on social media. All the Saddam Trump stuff again, this time joined by this little Oompa Loompa ass JD Vance who offers to do the lubing for him and Satan. Honestly, pretty spot on characterization for our vice president. Just major minion energy from that dude.
There's also lube guy
through.
There's also like, there's just no way that South Park does not go fucking ham on the Jeffrey Epstein shit, because it is so absurd. It's so laughably absurd the way that Donald Trump and his cronies are so clearly trying to cover shit up. And I know that they sort of include it, but I just mean, like, I think they're going to be I think they're going to be going into it even more.
But I actually think the more damning commentary in the Mar-a-Lago sequence is everything they showed happening
All
there.
the couches
Obviously,
at
they
Mar-a-Lago
made
have
brief
holes
mention
in
of
them.
Trump's relation to the Epstein files in the season premiere, but South Park's portrayal of Mar-a-Lago was, did anyone else think it was a little Epstein-y? All of the people who worked there were pretty young-looking girls, and Mackie keeps walking in on them massaging old men, not looking enthused about it. And I guess if that wasn't subtle enough, he also walks in on Dora the Explorer giving an old man a massage. Now, obviously, this is somebody in a Dora costume, but come on. I think the implication here is clear. That is a child character giving an old man a massage. Not to mention that this is one of the first things Trump says when they get there.
For everyone that's got a nut.
As I mentioned, though, the end of this episode
Sorry,
is...
the tiny JD Vance. The tiny ass
Very
JD Vance.
strange. Mackie fleeing Trump leads to a very clear emotional climax as he finds Clyde and we get bookended
Artifacts, thank
counseling
you for the
sextions
23
between
months.
the two of them, tying the
Lone
messages
Exile,
of their
thank you for
stories
5
together.
months.
Mackie basically spells out that betraying your actual beliefs and principles in order to make a bag is only going to lead to sadness, basically stating that his experience with ICE and Clyde's
Yeah, I also wonder if they're gonna do anything about with Netanyahu. If they're gonna do anything Israel related.
Debate Bro podcast grift are very similar circumstances, and I think it's a good ending emotionally, and then the rest of the ending happens. Honestly, this entire Mar-a-Lago sequence felt to me like it could have been its own episode, and it seemed like they had enough ideas packed into those 5 minutes, and such a different tone in those 5 minutes, that they could have done like a horror-y Escape from Mar-a-Lago type episode. They portray it as this incredibly creepy location. The way Mackie keeps walking in on these gross massages reminds me a lot of the dog costume moment in The Shining. And then obviously they seem to be doing this whole The Thing type monster subplot with Kristi Noem's melting face. Good body horror stuff. They even showed it latch onto one of the other ICE agents, but then in the next scene, he just kind of brings it back to her. No consequences to what seemed like a genuine horror parody sequence. Not to mention, we see Mackie and Clyde go to the plane, but we don't ever see the plane leave.
You have to hear, this is the voice that they did for JD Vance.
What does it fantasy, Bob? Hey, will you get out of here? What does it fantasy, Bob? Hey, will you get out of here? What does it fantasy, Bob? Hey, will you get out of here?
And of course, fucking JD Vance tries to be like, I made it. I'm on South Park. I made it.
What?
It's JD. Everyone hates you. Okay, like actually, everyone hates you. I know you won. I know you're vice president. I know you're gunning to be president. You know, I wouldn't put it. I honestly would not put it past him killing Trump. Which, on one hand, but also President JD Vance, horrible. But yeah, no, JD Vance, like everyone hates you. Everyone. Nobody likes you, buddy.
Leave the island. Instead, it just shows this absolutely bizarre Peanuts parody ending. And honestly, I feel like this could have worked as an ending. Really, all I feel like they needed to do was add a shot of the plane flying away from Mar-a-Lago over the Peanuts whistling. I think that would have gone a really long way to make it feel like an ending, to make it feel less abrupt and confusing. I honestly felt like I was missing something when it ended, like I just didn't understand what I had seen. But the reality is that the emotional story really ended at the Mackie and Clyde scene. I'm sure I'm not the only one who felt this ending beat was a little off. Matt and Trey definitely love their Peanuts homages. This isn't the first time they've used one, but this very much had the vibe of, we don't really know how to end this, which is a shame because it kind of left me with a confused feeling after what was otherwise just a very funny episode filled with some great biting commentary. Though I will say, as much as I am appreciating that the show is fully taking aim at a lot of things that deserve to be satirized and other things that really should be illuminated, I hope the show does get back to using the main boys in the next episode. Obviously, we got a lot of Cartman here, but almost no Kyle, Stan, or Kenny throughout the first 2 episodes of the season. Though, it also appears like we're gonna have to wait another 2 weeks for the next episode. It really seems like South Park is running season 27 on a 2-week production cycle for each episode. During the broadcast, they advertised that next Wednesday, August 13th, is South Park Day to celebrate the 28-year anniversary of the series premiere. And they're doing that with a day-long marathon that's supposedly leading up to an airing of the pilot, but there was no mention of the new episode that should be airing that day as well, so I don't think we should be expecting that there's going to be a new episode next week. We're probably getting episode 3 on August 20th, and if they maintain that 2-week schedule,
Bro, hello. Do you think it's okay to share this? Some people in Arab will decapitate you, and I love you. Okay, so this is like really not normal behavior. Okay, no, you can't do this emote and think it's all good. This is crazy. This is genuinely, there's so many levels of wrong here. There's so many levels of wrong. No, it's not engagement bait, and I'm gonna kick you up, but what the fuck? Like, that's one of the it's not engagement bait because I'm just sitting here being like, what the fuck? This is insane. Good engagement bait? ? No. I think there's people who will just say the wildest shit out of left field. Completely the wildest shit out of left field. Not even pertaining to what we're talking about. And then confuse that with like, oh, but I baited ya. I got ya. Engagement bait is cope. They just don't want to feel stupid for getting called out. Yeah, I really do think I think chatters like that, they don't recognize that what they said was fucking wild and not in a way that even makes any sense. Like there's no sense to it. Shits my own pants. Got you. I got you. Also, please don't don't say that and then be like, I love you. Don't add that on top of it. I don't want you to love me. I definitely don't love you.
Park won't be airing its season finale until sometime in November, which is kind of crazy. It's a really strange production plan, and I'm curious if fans are going to lose patience at all waiting 2 weeks per episode. Personally, I think if the episodes make a big enough splash, people will get over it, but they really need to deliver. And I feel like this week's weird ending left me a tad disappointed since we know they took an extra week to produce the episode. Like they really couldn't figure out this ending even though they had a whole extra week. Though, if we do continue to get more really cool new locations like Mar-a-Lago in this one, that will be a benefit for sure. Overall, this was
I will say too, actually,
a pretty good follow-up to that monumental premiere. It was really strong for most of the runtime, but just ended in such a bizarre way, and I'm curious how that colored other people's experiences with the episode. I'm sure many clips will still be shared across social media. There's plenty of great images and hilarious social commentary here, and I expect they'll follow up in 2 weeks with something equally biting. But what did y'all think of the episode?
What I would say too is for liberals who may be confusing season 27 so far is like South Park are on our side. Like we're all together on this. No, don't ever delude yourself into thinking that Stone and Parker are on any side here. They literally say we are not on anybody's fucking side. And I think that should show you, though, how fucking crazy this timeline is. How, like, everything that's happening in American politics is so freaking wackadoodle-doo. It's so absurd that, of course, this is what South Park then is going to tackle, you know? But yeah, South Park has always had, they've always had this kind of real, cynical nihilism. They don't stand for anything. They don't, they are not self-serious. They are not looking to like change people's minds. They are not looking to, do like commentary in the form of reaching towards progress, When I learned about satire in lit class, we watched a South Park episode. Yeah, for sure. They've always been satire-wise, like, the show has always been like on the nose satire plus juvenile humor. They make fun of everybody. If they think it's funny or relevant, they'll do it. Yeah. And you know what? In that way, they have always been consistent. And so I guess like watching them, these two guys who have a shit ton of money, stay consistent in what they've always done, even in the Donald Trump era of like him trying to control media, him, you know, lashing out, him, all the rich people in this country positioning themselves behind him because they want to make sure that they're taken care of. Like, at least South Park is consistent in doing what South Park has always done, and they're certainly not going to waver from that now. And I also do think that they have, I think they feel so caustically towards Paramount, the Paramount and Skydance merger, because they tried to fuck them, right? Skydance tried to fuck South Park. They tried to fuck Parker and Stone, and then they still, you know, the deal went through, and immediately they turned around and lambasted the Paramount Skydance merger, and like Paramount bending the knee to Donald Trump so that they could have the merger go through. The libertarian ending of the quarantine episode where Cartman's mom doesn't vaccinate her son like everyone tells her to pissed me off so much. Oh yeah, I mean they've had they had that. They had you know, the Mr. Garrison's fancy new vagina, like when they mocked. The only time I can ever remember them like kind of apologizing was Man Bear Pig, when they went after, when they were making fun of Al Gore's, you know, being all about saving the climate, and then they did the episode Man Bear Pig. That was the only time I kind of remember them sort of apologizing. Like that's the closest. They did an episode. They did another episode where it was like a soft apology. Did they apologize for the Muhammad, for how they depicted Prophet Muhammad? I didn't think they did. A lot of libertarian ideals over the decades. I think they keep the writers' room very diverse to like the point of toxicity. I wouldn't be surprised if there's MAGA people in there. This is an indicator that even those dudes are on board with taking down the Trump admin. Well, again, I don't think Parker and Stone are like, we're going to dismantle fascism. I don't think they're like, we're going to take down Trump with our show. I think they're like, this guy is so fucking stupid, and everything he does is so absurd. So how could we not make fun of him? Like they are, that's what it is. Like they're mocking him, and they're mocking the people around him. So I guess the takedown, as far as it being like the satire of South Park. But as far as Parker and Stone, you know, viewing South Park as any type of vehicle for for progress in this country, no, that's never what it's been. Yeah, no, they definitely have. They definitely have. I would say, if I were to put them in a political category, it would be libertarian. You know. But they are in their own world, and they have a lot of power. And right now, as Trump is going after liberal comedians and liberal media, and basically anyone that he feels he can take down because they don't like him, South Park kind of is standing on their own castle. One of their newer episodes is about corporate private ownership of water and land. Yeah. The Muhammad thing was a little more complicated. They'd shown him years earlier. No one cared. Then they were force censored, so they went nuclear on the subject. Not sure if... Yeah. Anytime they there's like attempts to censor them, I think it just causes them to quadruple down. In the same way that the merger of Skydance and Paramount, as I said, caused the South Park deal to be held up, and basically like in those meetings, Skydance was like, well, we didn't agree to this, and so it's on, you know, it's our decision here, and it fucking pissed them off. Of course, they're petulant in a sense. Yeah. Oh, they're yeah, of course. I hate that people assume Matt and Trey agree with Republicans about trans people in bathrooms because the episode was so obviously pro-trans. Well, I just think ultimately the way to approach South Park, and look, I'm not the biggest South Park I'm not the biggest South Park expert, but what I would say is like, don't ascribe politics either, you know, either of MAGA or liberal leftist to the show or the creators. I think it's a natural thing when in media when there's commentary on the state of culture of what's happening politically to be like, oh, this must directly translate to what the creator's actual political beliefs are. The only question they ask when it comes to politics is this funny? Yeah, I mean, it's just looking at how fucking absurd shit is and being like, and we're going to make it even more absurd. Never approach South Park thinking you're getting clear-cut values. Yeah. Okay, so here was Christy Gnome's response.
Just constantly, yeah, it never ends. But it's so lazy to just constantly make fun of women for how they look. Only the liberals and the extremists do that. If they wanted to.
Okay, so Christy Gnome says only liberals and extremists make fun of women for how they look. So does that mean that Donald Trump is that she's calling him a liberal or an extremist? Because when it comes to making fun of how women look no further than Donald Trump. What are we even talking about? Also, yeah, all of a sudden, Miss Feminist. Mm-hmm. Miss Feminist over here who's like, you know what? If you want to criticize me for my political beliefs, for the actions that I'm taking, sure, go ahead. But simply making fun of how I look, which again, she does not understand South Park. She does not understand South Park. And she also doesn't understand like why they were depicting her fucking face sliding off her body and needing to be put back on. Like the whole, yeah. Suddenly, Christy Gnome cares about how we talk about women's looks.
Criticize my job, go ahead and do that, but clearly they can't. They just pick something petty like that.
No, they were doing that too. Did you not see the scene where you were up in heaven arresting brown people in heaven? Did you miss that one? It's not just Donald Trump. MAGA famously loves, like the right loves to mock how liberals look. Where do you think the blue-haired SJW, all that mockery started? That's all they do. They are all about just making fun of people because their actual politics are so empty, because they don't stand for anything legitimate. So they love to make fun of the way that people, women, look. I know they don't care. No. I know they don't care, and I point out repeatedly that they don't give a shit about hypocrisy. Okay, and often like cruelty being the point. No, I am well aware that they don't care, but I still cannot not point out how just unbelievably ridiculous it is to be like only liberals and extremists make fun of women for the way that they look. Did I see Nancy Mace's good genes post? Yeah, I did. I also saw Sydney Sweeney's brother, who I guess just enlisted for the Air Force or something like that, and he posted a photo with Sydney and was like, I have those good genes. It's not even no ass, it's negative ass. It's literally giving Hank Hill ass. I know. You're a decade plus past hypocrisy mattering at all for arguments. Yeah, you can't shame people who don't have any shame. That's just how it goes. You cannot shame people like this motherfucker. You cannot shame people who don't have any shame. I will say, though, this was a spot of bright news. Michael Rappaport, who always looks like he has every STD on his face. His comedy show was canceled, which also, like, what comedy? I'm sorry. He's a comedian? He has a comedy show? He was doing stand-up? Excuse me? But anyway, his show got canceled because so many people were protesting him in Alabama. He was supposed to do a comedy show in Alabama, and I guess he's on a tour. I mean, let's be for real. Michael Rappaport is like not really working in Hollywood, so I guess that's why he's doing this. And yeah, so he said, he was like, I can't wait to do the show. Tickets are available now, but it's going to sell out because I'm Michael Rappaport. And then at 3 p.m. on Tuesday, he confirmed that the show isn't happening. Wouldn't it be funny, though, if he actually made this whole thing up and because it didn't sell out, he was so embarrassed and was like, oh, my show got canceled. Also, I'm sorry, what the fuck does this mean? Your show's going to sell out because you're Michael Rappaport? Bro, the only people who like you are the same brain-dead Zionists like yourself. That's who's standing Michael Rappaport. Because of him saying like the most insanely racist things about Palestinians. It was shut down because of protests and threats over my support for Israel and blah, 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 blah. It's embarrassing. It's sad, but I'm not ashamed. I stand by what I say and who I stand with. And I would just like to say that it's nice to finally see a piece of shit like this have his show canceled, considering that like so many artists, Kalani, etc., you know, who have faced consequences for standing up against genocide. So yeah, Michael Rappaport is confirming, he's like, don't worry, I'm never going to be anti-genocide. Don't worry, I will not be changing. Speaking of Alabama, Arkansas, I do love my ma and pa. Not the way that I do love you. But I don't know, this is pretty great crowd work.
Yeah, how old are you, boss? 30. You look young. You look young. You can't grow that beard in. You're trying. That puppy won't connect. Give it up. That ain't connecting, homie. Embrace that young baby face while you can. That ain't working, dude. Look at this shit. How old are you? 30 also? See, he looks 30. You look 17. Embrace that shit, because when he's 40, you're going to look 25. He's going to be falling off a cliff. You're going to still have a lot of life in front of you.
Damn.
Got my cousin. He's got 2 sons.
Damn. Mustache Man. Hashtag Michael Rappaport. Hashtag comedy. I'm performing in hashtag Chicago this weekend at City Winery. I need you all to know I'm from Chicago. City Winery is like not a big venue. Okay, this is not a major venue for a comedian. City Winery is like, I don't know, where you go after work by the river and like have a drink. It's not a major venue for stand-up comedians. I comment on the Let You Know podcast. The song I hated the most was Rude. Okay. All right. Okay, so anyway. Okay, blah, blah, blah. So everyone's been talking about this. Everyone has been talking about the Alabama, Arkansas song by Edward Sharpe and Magnetic Zeros. And I said this on the podcast, which new episode out today. But can I just say that a lot of people lie all the time. Whenever we do this thing where it's like, oh, remember this thing and it's actually really bad and it was popular and everyone pretends that they always hated it. They're like, oh my God, I can't believe that I was the one who always hated this. A lot of y'all are liars. Okay. A lot of y'all are always lying so that you can just seem as if you are culturally that you have like the best takes. that there is never anything that then later people will be like, oh, remember when this was really annoying? And you will never have been a person who liked that thing. You'll always be the one who's like, no, I always hated that. You know? So, okay, if you don't know this song, I'm sorry. I'm sorry because it does get stuck in your head. Can I be honest too? I think a lot of people were making fun of this also because of the video. Like a lot, not just also, kind of mostly because of the video. Like I think people saw it and went, I don't like this.
Hey. Holy moly, me oh my, you're the apple of my eye. Girl, I'll never love another one like you. Hey! Man, oh man, you're my best friend. I dream it too, there's nothing else. There ain't anything when me.
You've never heard this?
Hey. Well, hot and heavy pumpkin pie, chocolate.
Okay, wait, put a one in chat if you've never heard this song. Never heard this song prior to either me playing it or if you saw it this week because of the discourse. Damn. I feel maybe it was like growing up in the Midwest. I don't know. I couldn't escape this. When this song came out in 2009, I was in high school, and this was like, we were all singing this. It was everywhere when I was in college. I think like my sorority sang this. I remember the music video. Yeah, it's very like hipsters vibe. And you know what? I'll say it. I liked the song. I did. I was singing it. Alabama, Arkansas, I do love my ma and pa. Not the way that I do love you. That I need.
Well, hot and heavy pumpkin pie, chocolate candy, Jesus Christ.
Sorry, this is my Mumford. Yeah, I was in my Mumford and Sons era. Lumineers. Let me go home. Home is where I belong with you. Yeah, the stomp clap. Stomp and clap. Come on. It was a vibe. Okay? Putting this shit on. Driving from like Illinois to Wisconsin on I-80. You know? And now it's funny because you have people doing the meme of the guy standing up at the town hall being like, I like that. I like the song Home. Like people are now having to do the I'm standing up alone declaring that I liked this song and I still like the song. even just that, like, I people are like, I didn't hate it. I didn't hate it. Now, is this my vibe? Is this my vibe now? No. Like, I'm not listening to this kind of stuff anymore. Okay, so anyway. So this is the video, though, that was going around. Okay? It's not the official music video. Let me go home. Shit like this was ever. Yeah, I mean, this would be in like a car commercial. This would be in an episode of, an episode of like your TV show that you watched. This shit was everywhere. Also, Mumford and Sons, like same vibe. Yes, this was very 2009. At the grocery store. I mean, it was everywhere. Okay, so anyway, that's not the point. Let me go back. So the other thing that's funny is a lot of people were kind of making the same joke of, oh, they look like it's giving Israeli West Bank settlers, like just the look of them. People basically being like, they look creepy and weird. And I think we're forgetting that 15, 16 years ago, right? Early mid 2000s. This was not the MAGA. This was not the what we now recognize, what we would now look at and think of as having fascist views, the type of look. You know what I mean? Like this was very much indicative of left views of like at least being a lib. You know, like that this would not have been associated with right-wing ideology. It's just that now, because things have changed so much, that you have people who dress like, oh, I'm punk rock, or I'm punk, I'm emo, and I'm MAGA, that there's just a real variety here. This is the early origins of the blue-haired SJW. Yeah, environmentalist swag. Environmentalist swag. That's true. It changed so much. I never thought they looked modern conservative. But so I'm trying to point out that like a lot has changed in the last 2 decades where now you look at a fucking Jubilee video, okay? I'm sorry to bring up Jubilee, but look at these goddamn Jubilee videos where you have people of all aesthetics saying the most crazy Nazi shit, all right? They don't just look... they don't just have one cohesive look. You could have somebody who, maybe in 2008, you'd be like, oh yeah, no, that person's an anarchist. That person's like giving commie. To now the aesthetic switch that you have people who will just, people cosplaying all sorts of counterculture looks, but they're not counterculture at all, right? Like it's cosplay. It's so hard to profile Nazis now. Unfortunately, we're getting a variety of looks when it comes to being a Nazi. Like the January 6th shaman cosplay. Yes, the shaman guy. And how a lot of wellness culture, a lot of like hippie dippy wellness stuff online has increasingly become more right-wing. Unironic fedora in the background got me thinking these people started a commune in 2010 and haven't had contact with the outside world since. Hey, fedoras were all the rage. All right. That's the other thing. People shame fedoras now. All right. Having a fedora is a sign of like, people be like, oh, look at that loser. But fedora is also something you may see pop up on a Jubilee video. But a fedora in this era, that shit was cool. Okay. All right. And I'm not just saying that, because I had a fedora. But I'm saying that because the perceptions now that we have of somebody who in 2025 is wearing a fedora is not the same as it was 20 years ago. Hello, Jason Mraz. Yeah. Jason Mraz. What accessory did your fedora have? I actually didn't have accessories on my fedora, but I had a brown fedora. And I definitely got my fedora because I was a huge Jason Mraz fan. I just found out I'm autistic at the age of 29, and it's such a psychological mindfuck once it's sat it. Well, I hope that I hope that it's also a good thing though. Now being, officially diagnosed with autism, bro. Also, a lot of people in here who are autistic, who will, as you can see, be welcoming you into the club. I got a fedora because I was bald and in New Orleans, and that shit ruled. All right, and don't let anybody tell you otherwise. Corso, thank you for the bits. Cole Wonder, thank you for the 26 months. Okay, so anyway, so I'm bringing this up because, well, first let me watch his Alex Ebert, who was the singer of Edward Sharpe and the Magnetic Zeros, who is this guy. Here he is, looking kind of Jesus-ish. Looking kind of Jesus-ish, like crunchy, granola vibes. Right? Definitely would offer you weed, for sure. Probably like this is the type of guy who you like maybe smoked weed with for the first time. Right? And it's like not good weed. Okay.
You know the song is good, all right? If the bones are good, if the bones
is home,
let the song
so he's responding to his home a good song.
Survive context. If you pull it out of an acoustic guitar, you put a piano there.
No, his name is not Edward Sharpe.
Oh, and it works. Oh, it's a good song. If it works, it's a good song. You pull it out of the piano, you put it on a harp, it's still working. You take it out the harp, you sing it a cappella, still working. A good song. Now, Home has been covered multiple times, different things. Some of them are hits, like actual hit songs. Like some guy takes it from baritone, puts it in falsetto, Alabama, the one that went viral.
Alabama, Arkansas.
Shout out to whatever that is. That went viral. By the way, we were the first to do this.
I like also someone asking him, is Home a good song? Like the song that he wrote is, or did they even write it? Yeah.
Clap fucking folk pop thing. To the point where Lumineers, they like sought out one of our co-producers. He wasn't actually our co-producer. We're like, hey,
yeah, we'll talk about the Palestine stuff.
Thing for us. For real, that's a real story. Of Monsters and Men, they got our album before they ever made an album because our agent was their manager and she showed it to them, and they got so close to Home that we almost sued them. They were doing Apple commercials and I was getting calls saying congratulations. Like, that's how closely people started doing this. And by the way, Home isn't a good recording. It's just a good song. But it not being a good recording is what I love about Home. It's like a moment. We recorded on tape. We didn't even know how to record it on tape. Sounds like it's made in some muffled garage. I wanted to spread the porous happenstance, incidentalism of Edward Sharpe, and instead what I spread was stomp claps taken and recorded better, and that's depressing. But other than that, yeah, Home is apparently a good song.
Kind of like that this guy's pulling up the receipts on it and not being hum about it. Yeah, and also, as I said, I think people are shitting on it because of this video, because of the way that they look. And, if you take the sound off, it could look like a clip of something that you see in one of those creepy documentaries about like a Jesus camp where they're speaking in tongues, like where it's people are reading the vibes on this and being like, oh, I don't like this. Okay. So I'm pretty sure the girl in the video was struggling with addiction in that era. I remember seeing the video and the comments were like, what's going on with her? Yeah, like I think that was happening too. I honestly, I don't know. I wasn't like into Edward Sharpe and the Magnetic Zeros in the way where I know the lore and everything that was going on. This is before everyone was aware of being recorded at all times. Okay, so anyway, so now what's been going around, because people have renewed, not even really renewed an interest in Edward Sharpe and the Magnetic Zeros. It's just kind of like, oh, this thing popped up and now I'm going to like see more things about it. So Alex Ebert has been, for a long time apparently, been very pro-Palestine, been calling out pro-Israel propaganda and the neoliberal charade. And people are like they're like so shocked seeing his political views. And again, I think it's because the perception, when you look at that video and then base it on today's like kind of stereotypes of, oh, what kind of political beliefs would these people have? They are not able to understand too that he would not be spewing fascist propaganda. Damn, Alex, I'm sorry about calling you a Tulum settler. I didn't know you bald like that. But then I've seen other people be like, okay, yeah, his views are based, but also still hate the fucking video. There's the like, yeah, okay, doesn't change the fact that I hate the fucking song. Anyway, so like here's some things that he's written. Truly nothing is more confirming of the neoliberal charade than seeing otherwise libs, some friends, suddenly blind to their own supposed values. Right here, right now. It's not about Jewish versus Arab. This is about what's happening on a human level. I'm turning off comments because I don't want to spend my day moderating hyperbolic, knee-jerk, emo vitriol from either side. Are you a propagandist? If Israel citizens have been killed and Palestinian citizens are casualties, you're a propagandist. If this is a defensive war, not a thing, you are a propagandist. If this is a defensive attack, really, really not a thing, you are a propagandist. If this is a war and not a massacre, you are a propagandist. Like he was like writing, you know, it's been a while now that he's been on this. How to spot bias. If 1,400 killed citizens is unjustified terror and 10,000 killed citizens is justified war, you have a bias problem. If you can acknowledge that South Africa was an apartheid state, but you deny that Israel is an apartheid state, you have a bias problem. If you are against the invasion of Iraq and Afghanistan and you are for the invasion of Gaza, you have a bias problem. This is from November 6, 2023. True massacre. Child, like... And remember, too, that even though a lot of things have, a major shift has happened, don't forget, and I don't think that if you are a person who's been pro-Palestine for a long time, I don't think you've forgotten. I think you're very cognizant of the shift. But just as a reminder that post-October 7th, anybody who was speaking up for Palestine, it felt very much so that it felt very much so that not only were you still in the minority, that you were risking so much to advocate against the current and impending the brutality that you knew was still to come, right? From seeing what was happening currently at that moment, and then knowing what was going to continue happening and trying to call attention to it and, and then talk about like the history of Israel and Palestine, you were called a terrorist. And it's not that you're not still. It's not that it won't, you still won't get labeled that way. But a lot of that propaganda is no longer effective the way that it was. Like there absolutely has been a major shift, not just online, where you notice too, a lot of the comments now on Twitter, like if you post about Israel and Palestine, it's bots. It's AI. Israel has spent a lot of money on AI programs in order to try and win back control of the narrative on the internet. And so that should also make you feel, make you understand how they very much are losing the they're losing the messaging war, because so much of what they have to rely on are bots, you know. Comrade Moses, thank you for the 34 months. You had to condemn Hamas if you wanted to criticize Israel at the time, and then still it didn't matter, right? Whereas now, you know, the condom Hamas line, so many people look at that and they're like, enough. You know, people who probably post October 7th were like, oh yeah, Palestine terrorists, Israel good guys, and now they're exhausted by the propaganda. Like they see through a lot of this now. Like, remember the raging debate over whether Israel bombed Al-Aqsa Hospital? I think it was. People were like, oh, Israel never bombed a hospital. And now here we are, the entire healthcare system has been destroyed. Like, every hospital's been bombed. Now there's no question about it, right? Al-Ali Hospital. So anyway, right, because you would look at this guy, to just wrap this up here. I think it's almost this funny thing of like, you look at this guy and go, oh, I bet he was at January 6th. I mean, obviously there's, you know, an unseriousness here, but I'm just trying to describe as far as like how much culturally and our perceptions of people's political ideologies based on how they look has changed, where there, you know, there may be assumptions that someone who looks like this was climbing the walls of the Capitol. I look at that guy, wonder if it's Wake's brother. Wake Wilder's brother. Yeah, so anywho, I just thought it was this funny thing that I was seeing, and I was kind of thinking about how, yeah, I mean, there definitely has been this shift as far as you know, somebody who calls themselves punk, who dresses a certain way that typically is associated with actually being, you know, counterculture, of ascribing to politics on the left, may very well be spewing Nazi shit. Like the Sam Cedar Jubilee video, people unfamiliar with him thought he was a conservative. Yeah, Nazis calling themselves punk, Nazi punks. Do you know what's punk? Let me tell you what's punk. Punching a Nazi. That's what real punk is. Real punk is not being a Nazi. Real punk is punching a fucking Nazi. I wonder if people were radicalized more because of the genocide or because the actions governments took to repress people talking about it. I mean, all of the above. All of the above. I think it's a combination of, for 2 years, seeing the most horrific images, right? People don't want to, they don't want to see kids being bombed and starved. Like it has been the most live streamed genocide in all of history, but also the transparent corruption and bullshit within American, you know, the American Congress, right? Western politicians who have over and over again just so blatantly lied and demonstrated their unwillingness to do anything to rein in Israel's actions. So like, it's a, you know, people who, as this shift towards more and more disillusionment with the system, with the establishment, right? With hating politicians, seeing them all as liars and thieves. Unfortunately, I think some of it's also reactionary response too. There's likely a non-insignificant amount of people who are against the genocide because Trump is doing it, just like kids in cages. Yeah, I mean, I definitely think that there are liberals who are now speaking out in a way they didn't before because Donald Trump is in office. And before, when Joe Biden was in office and was facilitating the genocide, they did not either condemn it as they should have. They weren't using the language they're using now. I think there was definitely more of this. There was still hanging on to this idea that, well, the Democrats are in power. Like Joe Biden, liberal equals good. So yes, I'm angry at things they're doing. I'm maybe I'm disagreeing with certain actions, but ultimately I think that they are that they're still driven by their want to do good. But yeah, feeling like they have permission now. Some libs refusing to admit Democrats being as big as an issue as Republicans. Yeah, so certainly, and I would say, I would say with people like the Pod Save Bros, right? Seeing how they've changed on the issue, and I can't see how it's not related to. I can't see how it's not related to their being very anti-Donald Trump. I am more cynical about people like that who have platforms, who have power, who are influential than I do voters, right? So like liberal voters who are whatever for the reasons we just listed, now feeling more feeling more anti-Israel versus liberals in power who are saying the things they're saying because Donald Trump is the president. And also, I got to be honest too, we know that what this is about is the fact that Israel is in the final stage here. Netanyahu is saying openly that the plan is to take over Gaza. I mean, that's been the plan all along, but there is no denying it. He is saying we are going to take Gaza fully. Like, this is the final stage. And so there are certainly Democrats who are wanting to make sure that they cover their asses. And, people are really upset about the starvation, about, this going on so long. So we got to make sure that we at least condemn that, right? We got to give off the aesthetics of caring, right? We've also entered revisionist history territory where people are trying to retroactively claim they were against Israel's invasion. Sure, they're aware of the receipts regarding Iraq, how people voted, what they said about it. And then now everyone was always against Iraq. And so against the invasion of Iraq. And so it's making sure that they cover their asses, that they can come out of this unscathed. That it's like, okay, so I didn't have to deal with the repercussions of actually being anti-genocide, of consistently and being principled in opposing the actions of Israel. So I didn't have to deal with any of that, but I also don't have to be labeled as, I don't have to be in the camp of like, I was supporting genocide, that I was like, I was for what Israel was doing. One day, everyone will have always been against this. Exactly. One day, everyone will always have been against this. But we know better. We do. Have to make sure the newcomers learn about what happened before October 7th or we'll lose them as soon as the media says aid is getting in. Yeah, I mean, it is one of those things where it's like, okay, if you finally understand that what's happening right now, what has been happening is a genocide. if you can see how Israel is the aggressor, that Israel is not the good guys here, and that Palestine needs, it needs to be liberated, that they, well, I guess that's even a step beyond like getting aid and stopping the bombs, but it is still frustrating how little curiosity there seems to be about why October 7th happened, of like what happened in this region prior to October 7th, that there still is very much this frame of history begins on October 7th. And so I do think that it's something where, you have to just tell people to keep it's like, okay, if you've gotten to this point where you're not being obstinate anymore, or you're not pushing back on the reality of this, then maybe you're now interested, maybe you want to know about what happened before October 7th. Okay, I'm gonna go grab some water, and then I want to cover this, and then I think that's probably
I bet you never tell them how it feels. I bet you never tell them how it feels. How it feels. I bet you never tell them how it feels.
okay. Oh, also the other thing I want to just say too, I meant to say this at the top of stream, but I got distracted by talking about streamer games. I for any Mike from PA fans in here. So I had popped into Mike's stream after he returned after his ban, and he was playing my VOD, which also I'm dressed as emo in the VOD. I'm like, for people who don't know, I was going to a party. They're gonna be like, who the hell does this girl think she is? So anyway, I had popped in towards the end, and I saw my face on the screen. I was like, ah. But it was the part where I was talking about the approach as a leftist with a platform, and how I try and focus my approach on not getting not trying to get too aggressive, and I don't want that to be confused with not being angry, because I am so angry. I'm so fucking angry. And I saw people in chat who were like, yeah, but Mike's anger speaks to me. Like, genocide should make you angry. All these things happening should make you angry. Yeah, abso-fucking-lutely. I'm so angry that sometimes I feel I can't even stream. Like, one reason that I have to do variety in my streams is because otherwise, like, I don't think I can do this. I don't think that every day I can get online and just look at and talk about things that make me so angry I can't breathe. That, like, there have been days that I've had to take stream off because I feel so emotional. I'm like, I can't go on, I can't go live. Like, I'm just not, I have to be a leader here. I have to try and I have to try and leave with radical optimism, and I just don't feel it right now. And so I can't do it. But anyway, I wanted to clarify more that I don't mean don't be angry. I just more meant in regards to also the things that Mike had said that he got banned for, and how there have been other moments. Like, I've seen Hassan pop off at a chatter who didn't deserve it, and who, you know, then you can end up inadvertently saying something that is harmful, right? And like kind of the performative aspect of streaming and the being validated by your chat can lead you to make mistakes. And I just think that everybody gets to run their stream how they want to run their stream. I do think that the issues and how we can work on being better that we've been talking about this last week and a half, I do think that stuff is pertinent and doesn't change no matter like who you are and how you run your stream. But I do think that like if you as a streamer are just constantly being aggressive because it's fun to dunk on people, because like whatever, because you're doing entertainment here, even when you're doing politics, I think that can also have an effect on your community, and I think it can cause your community to be also aggressive, which can then lead to this very like kind of blood sport feel, it leading to there being not room for people to voice if they have concerns, right? If there are problems, it can get toxic, right? I think that's really the word I'm looking for, is like when that aggressiveness can lead to toxicity. So I totally understand but I'm angry, and it's cathartic to hear someone voice that anger that I'm feeling. And I would never be like, hey, we should all sit here and be like, oh, isn't, you know, like everything's fine. or just, I get it. Like when you're covering the news, it can make you really emotional. And I think, you know, of course, anger is good, but anger also, you don't want to just live in that anger, of course, right? And I don't think Mike is a person who just lives in that anger. I think he's a person who does say, like, let that anger spur you to action. Otherwise, you'll lose your fucking mind and it can turn you nihilist. Mike is not a nihilist. Even in Cuties chat, you get people calling you the R slur for asking a question. I mean, this is just like the toxicity of Twitch in general. Unfortunately, even in better communities, you can still have this bullshit. But I remember after the P. Diddy verdict, you had zero patience for fools that day. Totally. And I just don't want to come across as like a hypocrite, because I also get mad. Like I have also had streams where I'm like, I'm not doing the patience today. We're not doing it. I'm out of patience. I have reached the end of my fuse. So that is such a normal reaction, right? What's the quote? You should never be well adjusted to a profoundly sick society. So I don't think it's a measure of you being a better person if things don't piss you the fuck off. If it doesn't make you go, what the hell is happening? And I think it's also important too to not become desensitized, to not let this stuff be normalized. And so it's a sign of like protesting that, of rejecting that, to not be unfazed by terrible things that are happening. I completely agree. I'm a big Mike and Hassan viewer, but all this discourse recently has changed my perspective. I've been exploring different communities. I love the stream so far. You on the queen shit. Thank you, One Piece. So I just wanted to make that differentiation between being angry about all the shit that's going on, and then that anger turning toxic and potentially leading to this aggressive environment where it doesn't feel welcoming. It doesn't feel like if you're not on the same exact fucking page as the diehards in here, then they're gonna run you out of town. Like if you if you are if you're not 100% in agreement always, then there's no room for you. Anger should be a controlled fire, not a forest fire. Yeah, and on Twitch, this is a platform where that can easily become uncontrolled because there are lots of idiots who will come in just to troll you. And because when you do leftist politics on Twitch, you are fighting against so many awful forces. And there's a lot of really big toxic communities on here that you have to deal with. And so I'll openly admit I've brought up things knowing I'll be skewered by Haas or Mike, but it has to be, but I thought it needed to be said. Yeah. And ultimately I'm like, I don't want people to feel if they're bringing something up genuinely, right, that it's like we're on the same side, that they go, well, I might get banned or I might get brought into the public square and fucking eviscerated. I might get dogpiled. I might get told all sorts of really nasty things that then makes me not feel like I have a place here at all. And we don't want that. Anyway, I'm sure Mike handled it well on his return. And he was very kind in he agreed with the things I was saying. No, he was not being like, well, she doesn't understand. I just wanted to make the clarification because I saw a lot of chat comments that were like, well, I do feel mad though. And there is a catharsis in watching somebody who resonates with how I'm feeling. And I get that. I just wanted to say, like, I understand those feelings very much so. And I certainly have those days on stream. But anyway. But anywho. I watched this morning because I was up early. I felt like he handled the whole thing really gracefully. Not that it's my job to forgive him or whatever. Yeah, and as I had said when I first covered it, I'm like, look, you don't have to like any streamer. You don't have to. This is your time, okay? You are choosing where to spend your time. And so you shouldn't be forced into liking anyone or watching anyone's content. But if you, I would just say again, for people on the left, recognizing when someone is not your enemy and when they say something that is misogynistic, that is racist, when they say something that's harmful, that it's not, first of all, if they're being called on it to be better, that is not people who are saying that is who they are as a person, that they are transphobic, that they are racist, but also on the inverse, that we should be able to call people, call on people to be better when they're saying hurtful and harmful things. And it's just being more thoughtful, nuanced in having these conversations and not measuring someone who is on the right side, their total character and hoping that they will take genuine criticism to heart and aim to improve, right? We're all trying to, as human beings on this planet, we should all be always trying to be better, trying to make sure that we are taking care of one another, that we are not causing harm. And ultimately, this is a collective. We are individuals, but this is a collective. And so if Hassan or Mike or other streamers in leftist Twitch, if they frustrate you, if you don't like the vibe, that's okay. And there's a lot of other communities out there. And maybe you're also like, I just can't do politics this much. It's a lot on me to sit there and, it's 6 hours. It's 6 hours of news, which is usually bad. It's okay too, because it's good, I think, to diversify and not, I think sometimes being angry can almost trap you, and it can turn unhealthy. And so you don't want to get stuck in this really negative space. So if that's happening, then go elsewhere. And I even say that for people in here when I cover something that it's like, man, I just I can't be here for this right now. Then go and come back, do what you got to do. Do what you got to do. Right? As long as you're being the best person that you can be, if you're striving for that, that's all I feel like as a streamer I'm asking here, just to be good. As E.T. said to Elliot, be good. Because everything can't be everything for everyone all the time. Yep. Farley! You're not being good! Hey! You're not being good! Hello? I thought you were going to the movie. The movie theater had a pipe leak. No! Trying to reschedule right now. No way! Yeah. No! Yeah. Why do I feel like you've been getting screwed lately on movies?
I don't know.
You guys, Will just said first of all, it freaked me out because he was barking and I went, well, who the hell? No, I know, but I went,
what is that?
I went, who the hell could that be? Because Will's seeing a movie. Anyway, he said a pipe burst.
Farley drives me crazy. He literally just yelped because he wanted attention, and then I went to get him, and he kept scooting just far enough that I couldn't get him, and he went all the way to the living room.
Yeah, I get him though. I get him because it's like sometimes you want attention, but then you also.
Did you see that? Come here. Why are you doing?
No, he does do this a lot because you guys will see when I'm like, Farley, come here, and he doesn't want it, right? He wants things exactly on his terms. He does. The little shuffle that he did. Yeah, attention without touching, which fair, I gotta respect it, even though
it's not attention without touching. It's like how much attention can I get? Well, can I get another?
Oh.
All right, I'm trying to read this movie. Do you need anything?
Far. Get.
Do you want anything?
No, wait. So are you going or no?
I'm trying to replan it right now. I just said that.
Oh, but how can you get tickets?
There's.
What? Hold on. I want attention.
Caroline, I just told you I'm working on the movie thing.
And you said, can I get you anything? And I said, I want attention now. I would like some attention.
Okay. I'm listening.
You're just as bad as he is.
No, because you asked for attention, not me.
I
You're doing
asked
the
attention.
same
You went,
thing.
can I get you anything? And then I went, I'd like some attention. And then you went on your phone.
I was giving
You went on your
attention.
phone.
I was split attention. I'm ADHD.
Oh, ADHD. Okay, here we go. All right, now you're about to pull out the neurodivergent.
Do you want water? Or do you
Now
want
you're
some
about to pull out the
food?
neuro.
Those things.
Just give me a hug. Oh. And then will you sing
Feeling
this?
dense.
Will you?
Feeling dense, gym partner.
Oh, hell yeah. Will you sing this with me? Alabama, Arkansas, I do love my ma and pa, not the way that I do love you. I can't believe you just fucking flip me off. What a piece of shit. All right, Will, apology stream. Next stream. Next stream. I have a serious question. Why are you in Ludwig's event and Nicewig is and Will fucking Neff is not? You're gonna have to ask him. You are gonna have to ask him why he is not in the athletic events. What happened to the movie? A pipe burst in the theater. So they have to figure something else out. He's banned after the Red Bull comment. Wait, what did he say? Didn't he talk some shit or something? Probably. Or he's blacklisted for being too. Well, Ludwig said Will would most likely dominate the event. Yeah, I mean, that's also why he didn't want him to be in dodgeball. But then he had to have a sin. Okay, so what was I going to talk about? Oh, we were going to talk about the pit, and then I'll get to gaming. It's banned for clogging his toilet so bad. Pipers, yeah, it was Will who clogged the toilet. Rose Tano, thank you for the prime. All right, so anyway, that was my little spiel. I hope I made that clarification. And now we're going to talk about this update. Where are my pitters at? So we have a little bit of a little pit news here. That Pit season 2, which I was actually talking about today, I had an appointment and my girl, we were talking about COVID or something like that. And I said, oh, have you watched The Pit? And can I just tell you something? Okay, so the last 2 days, yesterday I went and got a facial done. So this has been my self-care week. I got a facial done. I was talking to my facialist and I brought up the Sydney Sweeney boobs thing because she was like, what do you do? I was like, Sydney Sweeney's boobs. I was just telling her, I was like, oh, I'm a commentary Twitch streamer. I do a lot of like pop culture, but with a twist. You know what? That's a nice way of describing it. Pop culture with a twist. She's like, oh, like what kind of stuff, what's the big stuff? And I said, oh, well, the Sydney Sweeney ad campaign. She knew nothing about it. She's like, what is that? And I went, oh my God, I have found the person. I have found the person in the real world who doesn't know anything about the fucking American Eagle Sydney Sweeney campaign. Holy moly. I would not know about it if you didn't bring it up on here. Well, yes, of course. There's a lot of things I think I bring up on here. That is where people learn of things. But to have somebody who knew not. So that was yesterday. And then today, I had a hair appointment. And my hair girl, I brought up the show The Pit, and she's like, oh, I've never heard of it. And I went, oh my God. This is 2 in a row that I found a person who doesn't know about a thing that I'm convinced like every single person has at least heard of. I know, isn't that wild? No, she doesn't have kids. No, she was my age. She's 30. I mean, I'm 30, almost 33. But she is a person who I would be like, I maybe would think that she would somehow cross paths with the Pit. I've never heard of the Pit either. Okay, either I have to talk about the Pit more, which I already thought I talked about the Pit so much. I had to like take a break because I thought I was talking about it too much. Or some of y'all need to watch the stream more, because if you haven't heard of the Pit, then one of us is not doing our job. All right, so anyway, I only heard it from Will a couple months ago. Well, Will knows of it because of me. Okay, so this community, the Quantourage, we are the Pitters. All right, we are the Pit. We stand the Pit. We are a community that's about the Pit. So this news came out that the Pit season 2, which they are planning on doing like one season every year, which is great. And they are going to be working in all of the shit that's going on, including the big beautiful bill and how it's affecting people who are on Medicaid. And this is something that I do really appreciate about this show. I like that it explores these issues that are happening in politics, in society, through the lens of medical professionals in an emergency room in the Pit. That's where they live. They live in the Pit. So in season 1, they explored gun violence, vaccinations, abortion, drug addiction, COVID, etc. The two episode arc where there was a mass shooting, and then it's not like showing the mass shooting. It's of course the aftermath of the mass shooting, because we're in the emergency room with these doctors and nurses and other medical professionals as they're having to deal with the aftermath of the shooting. And it was wild. I've never seen a mass shooting shown on TV from this perspective. It's really excellent. I love that they didn't shy away from COVID and a measles exposure. As someone who's worked in healthcare, I went to therapy for months after and had a crisis in deciding whether I wanted to continue to go forward working that field. Yeah, I love how they explored like the PTSD of Dr. Robbie from the when COVID had hit that peak where the emergency rooms were overrun, where so many people were dying, and so the show does a really good job at having that be a part of his history, and also informing the current environment as well. They have a ton of healthcare providers who are consultants and writers on the show. You can tell. And look, it's a fictional show, okay? And it's drama. It's a drama on TV. So, of course, not every single thing is exactly realistic, but I do appreciate that they strive for as much realism as they can. Okay, where's the part? Last month, President Trump signed into law the big beautiful bill, which includes a 12% cut to Medicaid spending. For season 2, the creative team has relied on their calls with hundreds of medical professionals to predict the immediate concerns for hospitals within the next year. The Medicaid changes are going to have a significant impact, and you don't have to take a political position to discuss what the impact is actually going to be. I don't want to have an argument. And that's what I like too, is here's the thing. Healthcare should never have become a political issue, right? Healthcare being politicized is why we are where we are. And doctors, when they are in the emergency, when they are at work, when they are doing their jobs, politics is not what's part of the job. They treat anyone who comes through their doors, and they treat them in the way that they have been trained to, that according to their training, to science, to medicine, to facts, that is how they will approach their treatment. And it's not about what they ascribe to politically. A lot of things shouldn't be political issues, but here we are. Right. Basic human rights should not be capitalized, commodified, right? For profit, and shouldn't be political topics. Everybody deserves healthcare. Everyone deserves food and shelter. These are basic human rights. So anyway, I don't want to have an argument about whether or not they're appropriate, what Congress did or didn't do, but they're going to have on the ground immediate consequences in emergency rooms, and nobody's arguing with that. That is a bipartisan agreement. You've got very Republican senators from Missouri like Josh Hawley agreeing that this is going to be a problem. Wells points out this is not the first time a government in the U.S. has tried to pull funding for healthcare. It was frankly, again, not trying to be political, but they were disastrous in the 2 states, Arkansas and Georgia, that tried it, and they backed off of it and stopped doing it. So we have a lot of people to call on to ask what's likely to happen. When people have less finances from the government to help them with their healthcare, they're going to get less healthcare, and that means they're going to end up in the only place where they can get free healthcare, which is the ER. So the ER is just, hello, remember, when less people have healthcare, it costs the taxpayers more because the emergency room medical professionals, they have to treat you legally. They will treat you ethically. Like, there is no, if you don't have healthcare, then you can't get treated in the emergency room. And so that then winds up, of course, being higher costs, and it makes the emergency rooms even busier. And so it's just a fuck system all around. So the ER is going to get busier and busier, become more of a safety net. It's already broken. So the system is destined for a tipping point. Wells is hopeful that medical professionals will both see themselves in the pit, but privately question and rectify their own unconscious bias about patients from marginalized groups. We're doing a big story right now on the difficulties that the deaf community has in arriving at an emergency room and being unable to communicate and not being able to be understood for their specific problems. We're always on the lookout for these kinds of stories that are going to resonate. Yeah, so anyway, expect in season 2 of The Pit that they are going to be exploring, there will be storylines that are commentating, that are speaking to the reality of what happens when people are losing their health insurance, when, something like the big beautiful bill is resulting in people being kicked off of Medicaid. I'm in healthcare. The law that forces providers to treat people in the ER is EMTALA. The Trump admin is also looking to gut it, of course. So we may have people being refused care at ERs soon, at least smaller ones without as many resources. Well. I hope they do a long COVID storyline in season 2. Yeah, that would be good. It's illegal to ask someone if they can afford treatment before you provide it. Mm-hmm. Did you cover the Pitts PAs unionizing? It's the first time that PAs are attempting to unionize. Did I cover this? The Pitt Production Assistants launched landmark unionization drive. I remember I saw this. I can't remember if I can't remember if I covered this. Good for them. I hope that they can unionize. This is the first time ever that we can say PAs and assistants are unionizing on a show like this in film and TV. It's huge. Their effort is first backed by Production Assistants United. I think a union is going to bring a lot of continuous forward progression. We deserve a seat at the table, and unions are supposed to give their members a voice and let them be heard. Justice for PAs. If you've ever worked as a PA, I salute you. PA work is notoriously thankless. It is, it's a lot. You're doing everything and for like no money. It's a lot of bitch work, very little pay, and incredibly thankless. No, not physician assistant, production assistant. The workers are eager to negotiate wage increases, union health and pension plans, turnaround times, and meal penalties. So a lot of people who eventually want to become writers, directors, will start off as PAs. Production Assistants United claims that a supermajority of the show's production assistants and assistants have signed union authorization cards. That was accomplished, they say, due to guerrilla organizing tactics inspired in part by the successful union drive at Amazon's Staten Island Fulfillment Center. Chris Smalls, shout out. For a few weeks, organizers have pitched a tent outside of a parking structure adjacent to the Warner Bros. Studio lot where crew members and background actors tend to park. Arriving as early as 4:45 a.m. and leaving as late as 8 p.m., the group says they've struck up conversations with all manner of crew members on the pit, who were easily recognizable because they were wearing scrubs. The first day was quiet, but then by July 16th, they had amassed enough signatures on union cards to make them confident, they say, that they had enough PAs and assistants supporting their drive that they could win a formal union election. Still, supporters say they hope that their employers will voluntarily recognize the union, thereby bypassing the NLRB process. Early career workers across the business will be watching closely to see what ensues. Some animation production assistants have been organized by the Animation Guild, while a number of freelance commercial production assistants are represented by the Production Workers Guild Local 111. But live action, scripted entertainment remains a major non-union space for PAs. On Friday, the group released a statement of support from fellow entertainment unions, and once they're done targeting LA-based Warner Brothers projects, the group already has plans to pitch their tent at other studios across town. In part, we knew this was inevitable. In part, we knew this was inevitable because there have been numerous attempts over the past few decades to unionize PAs and assistants, and a couple people who tried to do that came to our tent. PAs and assistants just want the same sort of protections and material assurances that union members have. Who's being a scab? Who's being a scab? Ironically enough, you also describe a lot of PAs in healthcare too. Oh, travel nurses. Oh, yeah. Noah Wiley's a great guy, serious pool player. Met him playing at an adjacent table at Society Billiards in NYC. He's got a lot of pool cues he brings in. What a random fun fact about Dr. Robbie, aka Noah Wiley. So yeah, look, unions are good. Unions are good. If you are a PA, if you are an assistant, if this is something that you're like, hey, I want to get involved. I want to, or I want to do this I want to do this in my area. Well, these people are doing it, right? So it's possible, and you should, figure out how to get involved, figure out how to try and unionize at your own workplace. Amen. Amen. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. It's time. It's time. It's cool. Yes, a sad uterus. Yes, the saddest uterus. Good link. Good place to start. Also, unions are not political. It's about what's fair. Yeah, for sure. It's not something where if it's your political beliefs should not stop you from unionizing. Although I don't think anyone in here would be of the political beliefs where you think that like unions are, that's some woke leftist bullshit. The reason we have 5 weeks of paid vacation, up to a year of sick leave without loss in income, to name a couple. Yes, a lot of people who are not in unions, but who work, have unions to thank for the protections and, having weekends, etc. The reason why children don't have to go into the mines. Okay, alrighty. That is it for the talking part of the stream. I know the children yearn for the mines. I know, but unfortunately the big bad unions have kept them from... They're still yearning, let's just say. They are still out here yearning. Okie dokie. So if you are leaving, if you're saying sayonara, thanks for joining. I think I'm going to try to go live tomorrow morning. I haven't done a morning stream in a minute, and my sleep schedule has been bad, but I'm going to try to get up in the morning because I am going to Joshua Tree tomorrow evening, and so I will not be here tomorrow night, Saturday night, and I think Sunday night, but that's why I want to try and I would like to try and do a little morning stream, if you'd let me, if that's okay with everybody, if that's cool.